Greetings and salutations, my friends. This is not the music track that I thought it was. So, the moment is kind of ruined. This is way too sad and moody. Hold on. This is what I wanted. Greetings, friends. Welcome to the stream. And though you cannot yet see my face, I am pleased and honored to welcome you. We have some things to get into today. Some things indeed. You can't hear the music. It's because I'm a professional streamer. Everybody knows this. Can you hear that? Is it a reasonable volume? Okay. Good. Well, let's rewind everything back to when the stream started and I was saying hello to everyone. And let's pretend that this music was playing the whole time so that me talking with this effect on my voice maybe made a little more sense. Anyway, it is what it is. It's fine. The moment's lost. It's done. There's no salvaging it. There's no salvaging it at this point. So, we're going to move on. And I'm going to get things a little bit back to normal here. Still doesn't make sense. Yeah, well, you know, that's probably true. Sometimes it's just about having fun. You know what I mean? It's just about having some fun. And sometimes that fun is more for me than for you guys. I understand this. There we go. Let me do one more thing here. One more thing. So I hope everybody is having a wonderful Wednesday. Day before Thanksgiving. There we go. Okay. I think we're solid. Hey, Decos, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. Yeah, DJ, Spaceman, if that's something that I could do, if I had the know-how to actually make that happen, I'm pretty sure that would be one of the first things I would tackle. Because it is annoying. You parked on a busy motorway to watch this. Wow. Well, Dynamic Entry, I hope that I do not disappoint, because that is some serious locking in. And I'm glad to hear that you parked. Thank you for parking. Thank you indeed. The beard is getting more and more fabulous. It is. It's kind of daily I look at it and I'm like, you know, it might be time. It might be getting time. But then I'm like, it's getting, cold. It's only going to get colder. It is the time of year. So, we'll see. We will see. I want to do a quick round of hellos. Sinner, welcome. Welcome, Black Fox as well. Mr. Steel Rose, Dilbo Backskin, welcome. Let You Live. Dosi in the house. 74, good to see you as well. We've got Gwimchim, Wolfgar, Galen Maranth. Galen Maranth. Coming up on 1 year of EA, indeed. Wild. Alinar, good to see you, Alinar. We've got Salted Hash, Runelinks, Joskar, Desric. Welcome to you all. Tagaderm, good to see you. Good to see you. Albatross, the man himself. In the house, in the flesh, in person. We've got Decos, Desric, Kurgan, Sanger. Welcome. Welcome to you, DJ Spaceman, as well. Maze was unavailable. I see it now. Yeah. Hold on one sec, guys. I apologize. I'm back. Sometimes my children need something, and I have to give them attention because they can be relentless. It is what it is. But yes, Maze was unavailable. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Briar, welcome as well. Good to see you all. We've got Bacon in the house. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Bacon, hope your efforts are going swimmingly. What's up, Kazik? Hello. And also, hello to our YouTube friends. We've got Play Twisted, Dave Bowers, Thwal, Dynamic Entry, the Wickershire Project, Furion Fellhart, Daniel Anderson, Blobkins. What's up, Blob? Alan and Snatio. Or Snatio. Thank you, Snatio. I appreciate that. You as well, my friend. So, we're diving in. Guys, I have been, like, slightly addicted to progressing on the Necromancer. I am loving it. I have been eager to hop back in. I have not given up on the Rogue. Please know that. But I'm just hungry to kind of keep pushing forward a little bit. So we're going back in the Necro, onto the Necro today. I also have a goal. And when I have a goal, it's dangerous. And that goal is... well, you should know exactly what it is. The Nightbane robe. The Nightbane robe. The Necromancer is level 8 right now. Necromancer is level 8. We are close to a Mountain Taming preview, and I actually just probably an hour before the stream started finished my my dev diary on Mountain Taming to kind of fully break down, you know, how it's all going to work and what it all means and all that. So once we get that out the door, which should be relatively soon, then yeah, we'll probably be ready maybe by next week to start taking a look at Mountain Taming a little bit. So excited for the summoner changes. I really hope we get them tuned up. until bards come in. They are my main class. Yes, indeed. I'm getting excited about them too. Decos, thank you so much for the tier 1-acus, the tier 1 action. Cheers to a year watching and supporting. Thanks for your hard work, big guy, and hope to see you in game soon. Right on. Thank you, my friend. That means a lot, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yes, the summoner changes, and I want to just again direct everybody, if you're a part of the Pantheon Discord, please take some time to hop in there, go to the summoner section, and I've got 2 posts in there. Obviously engage with the community too. There's a lot of good discussion and threads going on in there, but I've posted 2 feedback threads, kind of calls to feedback. So far, they've been awesome. Getting feedback from you guys on, you know, your thoughts on the summoner, some of your wish list items, things you like, things you don't like, that kind of stuff. And it's super helpful. Most recently, I posted, as of last night, actually posted a kind of a rough general idea of some of the changes we're looking at making to pet gear. And how pet gear is acquired by summoners and kind of how that system could look. And this is the perfect opportunity to get in there and chime in and let us know if you have any thoughts. So yeah. Literally the first thing you do when you roll a caster's Nightbane Robe. So here's the tricky thing about Nightbane Robe. It requires Ratkin blood, which means we've got to spend some time in Halnir Cave, and I'm only level 8. So part of what I need to do is figure out how I, as a lowly level 8 Necromancer, can achieve acquiring that. That's part of what we're figuring out today. That's part of the goal. I don't know how it's going to work. I'm certainly not going to let myself be handed it. That's not what this is about, as you guys well know. So, yeah. But guys, last time we were together, I was level 7. Last time we were together, I was playing up at the cultist camp, right outside of the Dire Lord starting area. And it was a short stream, right? Because we had this really important design meeting coming up. Only got to stream for a little while. I could not stop playing. And while I was obviously prioritizing the design meeting, I was kind of grinding it out during the call. I ended up getting to level 8 and a little bit into level 8, as you can see. And I'm not really sorry about it. I am sorry about it, but I couldn't help it. So it is what it is. But we are level 8. We did pick up... I got Calm on Death. I definitely got Life Draw on the new shielding. I picked up Calm on Death primarily because I wanted to see if it could help us potentially do some stuff in, like, the Barrow-Dark Undead area. I tried it, and then was quickly met with the fact that Calm on Death requires manifestation skill, which my manifestation skill was nothing. So I actually really enjoyed running around the newbie area here in Throne Fast, leveling up manifestation on any skeletons I could find and trying to get that up, because I still want to try that tactic. I don't know if it's going to be successful or not, but I want to try it. And then nighttime fell, and as I was running around here, I saw the Nightbane, or the Nightbane Toad. And when I saw it with its juicy capital letters, it just kind of did something in me. And from that moment until now, I have been thinking about the Nightbane Robe. Now, I did already do the first step. I ran to Dimmoth. and came back, talked to Master Zavi, and now I need Ratkin blood. Look at this. Gather 1 bright cap mushroom, find a vial of Ratkin blood, and the heart of a Nightbane toad. I have not done any of these steps yet. I decided to wait until the stream because I was on the verge of going too far, guys. I was on the verge of just getting too sucked in, and I did have to violently break myself away. And then thankfully, yesterday and today have been extremely busy. So I haven't had a chance. But all of that changes now, because here we are now. Okay, we've got time now, and it's gonna happen. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. Very, very extremely excited. Datamok, what is up, man? What is going on? I missed a message from you. Dang, I didn't realize you had started back up streaming again and checked today. Woo. Oh, yeah. Been back at it for a little bit. Took a long break. Back at it for a little bit. Loving it. Also, I totally almost forgot to say this. I had the honor and the privilege last night of doing a kind of a casual interview with the Static Group Live guys, Daimlos and Drac. And I'm not sure when they're planning on putting that out, but it was a ton of fun. Those guys are a blast. It was really fun. I really enjoyed it. So anyway, just wanted to say thank you to them again for having me on. And hopefully it'll be a good episode, a cool episode. When it releases, Tanhawk with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much, my friend, and the 9 months of support. That's amazing. That is amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Tanhawk. Warm hand. Warm hand. Yes. Yes. Wanting to buy item links in auction house? Me too. Me too. They cannot come soon enough. Hey, Joppa, whole game is bugged. What about fixing the dropping hymns and stuff? When can we expect a fix? Thanks. The dropping hymns, I'm assuming you mean like the buffs dropping across zone lines. We do have plans to address and fix that. More info about the time frame of things like that coming relatively soon. So you guys will know kind of when to start expecting some of these things. Hey, Daimlos, nice. Just started editing. Cool. Cool. Okay, what are we doing? Let's get our bearings here real quick. I did get another bag, so that's nice. We have 1 extra bag now. I mean, I guess it would be a good idea to sell. Let's do that real quick. I might be starting an HC entrance group. I mean, level 8 feels a little squirrely. But like, I don't even know that I would contribute much at level 8. I don't even have my slow yet. I do have Crippling Terror though, but whether it would land, I don't know. You're not a vendor, are you? No. There's a vendor in here, I think. It would land? Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's what we're doing. Never mind, it's not a vendor. Oh my. I mean, you know, it sounds like, grab on the wall, please. Thank you. It sounds like an HC group, at least for a little while, is in the cards. We also got to figure out where. It looks like it's getting close to nighttime. So I'm going to stay here, wait for the toad to spawn, get that. We got to figure out where the bright cap mushroom spawns. Bright cap. Isn't that in Wild's End? Silver leaf. Sell those. I'll sell this. Yep. Yep. All right. Not much. Let's go by the bank as well. Let's just kind of empty our pockets. Oh, it's an HC. Okay. Well. Question about a heavy armor DPS class. I know the paladin and warriors are tanks. So does that mean that they will never be on par with the DPS classes, even with DPS focused gear? Yes. I am so. Yes, that is correct. Now, let me be as clear as I can be. The tank role classes, warriors, paladins, dire lords. There is meant to be a spectrum, if you will, of how much like which one of those three does the most DPS out of those three. It's meant to be a little bit of a spectrum there, even within the tank classes. But tank classes are never meant, regardless of gear or mastery, to completely replace or be on par with a dedicated DPS class. Just in the same way that a dedicated DPS class is never meant to be on par with or take the place of a dedicated healer or a dedicated crowd control class or anything like that. However, much more so than is the case right now, as additional class changes and class development rolls out, and especially once the mastery system is implemented, you will have options as a warrior, as a paladin, as a dire lord, to definitely lean further into an offensive focus or for your class, which could benefit you if you're looking to have a little bit more of a little bit of an easier time trying to solo content or do small group content, or if you're interested for a period of time and just mainly, maybe off tanking or providing a little light DPS in groups. Right now, there's not really a good option for tank classes to do that. They don't really have a lot of skills or ways to improve that aspect of their class. And so that will absolutely improve, but it won't ever improve to the degree that, you're like, well, do we want a warrior or a rogue? Well, they're kind of, it's not going to be to that extent. I'm assuming we need to kill some of these to try and force a spawn. How do you feel about 2025 roadmap? In my opinion, many things weren't achieved done. I don't like when things like mounts get more time than fixing core problems, quality of life, etc. Do you play other games? What are your top 3 games? Doesn't need to be a MMO. I actually do address in the upcoming dev blog that question of why mounts right now. It's a very fair and understandable question. It gets raised a lot. And there is a very important and coherent answer to it, and I go into it in pretty good detail there. We can always talk about it more when the time comes, but the simplest, quickest way to say it is number one, the same people working on X, Y, and Z are not the same people working on what is required for mounts. So it's not a, you're either working on mounts or you're working on this or that. Multiple things are being worked on at once. But even more than that, it's about the perceived benefit of waiting and doing other things first, when it really becomes more of a costly development decision when you try to retroactively introduce a system like that, because it's such a ubiquitous kind of permeating system that to go back through the entire game and retool and revise and everything that would be required to make a full mount and taming system feel native and kind of built into the game, it would end up being more work at that point and would very likely end up feeling tacked on, which is something we want to avoid. That feeling of a system just being kind of tacked on. So, anyway, I go into more detail on it in the blog, and we can always pick it back up and discuss it more then. I do think the chase will feel very worth it. Until I was saying this to the Static Group Live guys last night that it's very difficult to not want to go into all this detail about these things because there's so much detail to give. And as soon as we start talking about mastery, which again, not too far off now, we can go absolutely ham with all these conversations and discussions. But I will say this: part of the goal of mastery is that you really would feel a significant level of meaning and importance in the decisions that you make. And part of that is making sure that if a warrior through mastery really focuses on being more of a DPS-oriented warrior, there would be unique things that would result from fully leaning into that would genuinely make you feel more that way. It's such a bad, vague way to put it, but there's a great example in my head right now that I don't quite want to spill yet that would kind of solidify it. But suffice to say, very simply, yes, I do believe that if your power fantasy for your character is kind of a plate-wearing DPS class, you will absolutely be able to achieve that much more so than you can right now once those updates happen. Somebody is directing me aloe balm to the Nightbane Toad. Yeah. Nice. Ah, look. There he is. Groog. Got him. Yes, Groog. Well done, Groog. That's okay. Thank you, Alabama. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Wait. What? Yes. Ban him? No. I mean, yes, but off stream. Bard's easily your favorite class? Yeah. Hey, I get that. Uh-oh, Nightbane Toad near the bridge towards Skelly's. Uh-oh. Will we make it in time? As to your second question, like what other games Bowser in? It kind of varies. Uh-oh, look. Yes. It's level 10. We should be fine. It kind of varies from time to time and depending on what games are out. So for example, outside of Pantheon recently, the games that I've been playing are Arc Raiders, because I actually really enjoy survival extraction games. Surprise, I'm sure nobody knew that. Oh wow, getting some resists. Ooh, corruption. My corruption is maxed. Okay, just got a big beefer frog here that's not wanting to get life drained. Oh. Also, Like Mega Bonk, for example. I really was enjoying playing some Mega Bonk. Crazy fun game. Really, really fun. I have 3 kids, and so, you know, there's a lot of games that I've played and enjoyed that I probably wouldn't have normally, just because of them. But another example would be like Enshrouded is a game that I really, really want to try soon. I haven't tried yet. Woo! We got it. There's number 1. But that game seems like something that I would really enjoy. Trying to think if there's been anything else recently. Stabatron. Hey, there's a level 8 rogue. Should we start trying to put together a little Halnir Cave group for the entrance? AK, what's up, man? 5 stream streak. Hey, Joppa, hope your day is going well. I'm always so busy on Wednesday. On my day off, I've been trying to find time to group with you. Hey, it's going to come. It's going to happen. I believe it's going to happen. I believe it. Hey, what's up, Sledgehammer? Good to see you. Ooh, 3 deaths since you've started your stream. Wow. There's our lovely click detection. Look at this. Quickness, whisper, erudite mind. I would love to keep these buffs. If any of you are ever watching the stream and you run by and you buff me and you see me click them off, please do not take offense. The reason is because the premise of these playthroughs is to be as natural and confined to the experience of playing this class and this class alone as possible. And that means a solo/group self-found, solo/group self-buffed experience. So as long as I'm in a group and there's appropriate level members of the group and I'm getting buffed, awesome. But I will have to remove out of group things just to kind of keep the integrity of that in play. Lone Dog with the Prime. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. 5 months of support. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. I should insult people who buff me? That's true. I could kind of have a villain arc, I guess. Is the pet summon roulette being discontinued in favor of static pet level for Necro? I will say this. Almost certainly yes. Almost certainly yes. That actually was an awesome feedback thread. There were some pretty cool ideas in there, actually. And I think what makes the most sense for us to do is to go to a syncing level for the pet, where the pet's level syncs to the caster, but then have potentially ways to kind of empower your pet summon to be able to summon like a higher level pet at level, and then once you catch up in level to it, then it kind of hangs with your level as you go up. I think that's cool, but I think the KISS method kind of prevailed. Keep it simple, go with a scaling pet level, then just move on. Oh, there will be many more examples of exactly that, 70. Oh, yeah. Does Necro feel good right now? Might make one. Is a strong Necro heavily reliant on pet gear? I think the Necro feels fantastic. Now, part of the reason why it feels fantastic to me is because I enjoy the freedom to group and solo. I really love soloing in MMOs. You know, I know that's going to cause some people to cover their ears and shriek, but I really enjoy it. And with the way Pantheon is right now, Necro is one of the first classes I've invested some time into like this, where I've felt free to kind of like experiment a little bit. I have not grouped, really. I mean, I have grouped with this Necro, but it was at such low level that I don't quite have an opinion on how they feel in groups. I think that's where I'm going to start to feel a lot of the feedback that's been coming in about Necro and kind of how they're kind of missing the mark on the support side of things. And, you know, them being kind of underdeveloped as far as their crowd control kit and various things like that. So, I don't know. We might find out here shortly. But yes, I am thoroughly enjoying this class right now. Thoroughly. Yeah, Joskar, something like that I think would be really cool. Indeed. Just gonna pick up some jute here along the way. Can't never have too much jute. I thought I had more beverage than that. I will need to, once we get over to Halnir Cave, I'm probably going to step away real quick to go get some more water. Dude, I'm so ready for a robe. I was telling the design team last night, I was like, guys, like, we got to get our robe situation in a good place. We got to get it in a good place. I want to see casters, even at low levels, running around with, you know, Necros with like a gray, kind of dark blue, dark purple robe kind of deal. Wizards with like a red or bright purple robe. Enchanters with like a yellow robe. I mean, it's all very EQ-like, EQ colors. Yeah, I have heard that the Nightbane robe is kind of ridiculous. Hey, Zelius. Good to see you. Yeah. You haven't missed too much. Look at that Necro. Whoa, does that Necro have a wave? Is that it? Oh my gosh. What's that thing called again? The Wave Crasher? I think the Necro Pet is, in many ways, I mean, the Necro Pet kind of sucks right now. They kind of suck, especially at these levels. They're really not doing much of anything. They don't taunt. They're, you know. But where that changes is when you start equipping the pet with some ridiculous weapons and getting some levels on the pet. They definitely become a whole heck of a lot stronger. Oh, cool, Lutz, yeah. Whoop. It's okay. Got this. I'm not scared. I am a necromancer. I don't feel fear. That's the first time I've used Monster Within. That's kind of sick. Instant cast fear. I'll take it. Just hit level 5 on your Elf Druid. Nice! Congrats. Is the sound flickering for anyone else? Is the sound flickering for anyone else? Is there sound flickerage? I probably should not go this way. No? Good? Good? Okay. We definitely don't want to go through there. Can you give me Sao? No. No, you cannot. We will battle our way there. I will be there soon, though. Skeptic, you're saying actually gear really doesn't help the pet. So, but you're talking about like, you know, I'm talking about putting some like sick weapons on the pet. Because right now there's like no restriction at all as far as what weapons you can equip to them. So if you get some crazy weapons on a pet, I feel like it makes a pretty big difference. I should probably meditate quickly or rest. Get some mana reserve. Oh, really? Cheyenne Gaming, yes. We do still plan eventually to transition to an open world, or a seamless world, I should say, situation with the zoning. However, dungeons will still be zone-ins. You'll zone into dungeons. The dungeons themselves will not be instanced. We will have limited instancing on boss rooms, for major bosses and dungeons, raid encounters, things like that. Started a new character, Cleric again, just to test how much has changed, and I can say soloing has been enjoyable and challenging at times. Many quests still require help, which is nice. The Cleric front-loaded DPS feels so much better for leveling too. Nice. Good. Good. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha, Sifu. What's more fun to play, Dire Lord or Shaman? That's a good question. Are you guys still going for the idea with the Necro Pet losing its gear when it dies? I mean, in order to keep things balanced, knowing that, like, when we do a pass on the Necro, one of the things that needs to happen is the Necro Pet in and of itself needs to kind of be improved. You know, it needs to be a little more robust than it is. Oh man, this is going to be interesting. That thing's going to see me from a mile away. Nope. We'll wait. We gotta wait. So for the sake of balance, like letting them, you know, equip things kind of with no restriction at all, I think it's going to need to change. So it's going to either be, and it could be a combination of both. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Guys, I made a huge mistake. I saw him sniff me. Please do something to gain the pet's attention, or the spider's attention, please. Nope. Thank you. I thought the bolt was coming at me, but he was just sniffing. This is probably where we die. This is probably where we die. It's becoming more likely that this is where we die. Please. This is almost certainly where we die. That's only level 8. Okay, this is probably where we die. I would not be surprised. Why is the silverwing bat attacking me? Why is the bat aggro? Did the spider need to catch up with me just long enough to poison me and then run away? These are the kind of questions you ask, you know? The bat is blue. I am running from my own shadow essentially right now. Let's just hop up here a bit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't want to mess with that. We didn't die. I don't know. You know. I don't know why anyone expected that we would. Guys, sometimes you just need to stay calm in situations like that. You know, when you start kind of freaking out, you lose your point of reference. You lose your center. You just need to calm down a little bit. You know? I'm going to go straight to the bind stone. Any reason for Necros not having feign death? They will. They will. When it comes time for the Necromancer pass, that's one of the things they will gain. Did I put the rip smack on my skeleton? No, 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 no. Yo, yo, yo. Dementor, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is a significantly safer way than the path I just took. But, you know, it's not as fun. It's not as fun. Oh, I forgot I don't have any of this left. All right, we're bound. 32 effectiveness tools. Nice. Okay. 8 necro. Looking for group for HC entrance. Or looking to join. Boom. Boom. It changes intended for cleric. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm level 8. Yeah, most of the classes still have a few passes in their future for sure. And by most, I'd probably safe to say all of them still have a few passes in the future. Some of them more significant than others. A 10 Druid or 11 Dire Lord. I'm going to say this. I think the hardest class to find for me has been a tank. So I would say if you have an 11 Dire Lord, let's go with that. Let's go ahead and get the Dire Lord, the tank, on the list. Isn't 8 a bit low for HC entrance? I think so. But I'm being assured that it's fine. So... Tin Light Show. I like that idea, actually. Have the Necro Pet do the harvesting. Okay, we've got a level 8 wizard. We've got Dire Lord on the way. 10 warrior. Well, we have a tank. We need a healer. I mean, I guess we can grab the warrior. Okay, let's do that then. aloe bomb. Okay, we've got a healer, we got a tank. Honestly, it'd be nice if we could bring, if our last could be kind of a healer hybrid, maybe? I don't know. What do you guys think? Yep. Zlackow Monk does need another pass as well. They have... Okay, we'll grab buff off. They have Chi Burn. They have their some of their passives as well. All classes kind of... Well, I shouldn't say all classes, but there are still several that need some of their more defining passives implemented. I think we got everybody now. Just feels kind of ridiculous to put that there. Let's put like right there. Yoriko. Cleric is definitely getting another pass, yeah. I'm really, I could get giddy excited about some of the stuff coming up for Cleric. Especially with Mastery and stuff. What's the idea behind Vision regarding Shamans? Vision is actually going away. Vision is actually going away. What's up, Loots? All right, guys, look, cool. It looks like it's open. Great. All right. We've got full rain here. It is free. What are the current thoughts on Pally resources? I think we're actually going to stick with Wrath for Paladins, but I think we're probably going to get rid of Reckoning points. Yeah. Reckoning points was never really, you know, it just never kind of really found its groove. Look at this pet. Woo! Look at this shield. Look at the sword. Look at these pants. Oh is right. Very cool. I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you something, and it makes me really happy. I will stand with everybody and agree we need significantly more gear variety. Our level 50 characters do not look as cool as they need to look by even a fraction of where we need to be with them. But I will say this. They still have some serious aura. Every time I see a level 50 in our game, it does something to me, and I love that. I love that, and I know that it's only going to get more intense when O is standing here with like some insane looking gear at level 50. It's gonna blow you over. Oh, look at this, Kick a leak. Now here's what I'm talking about right here. Look. This is exciting. Ooh. That's cool. That's some of the new Wild Blood gear right there. Whew. 2 level 50s. I feel honored and slightly overwhelmed. Yeah, the armor is the armor is definitely lacking. Do I want to try Shard 1? I mean, I don't love Shard hopping, but maybe we should. Zlackow, I got news for you, friend. We're going to be doing passes on classes from here on out. That's just kind of what it is with an MMO. Classes evolve. Classes get tweaked. You know, obviously like major overhauls and stuff like that is different. But yeah, we're going to be doing class passes. That's kind of what we signed up for, you know, as MMO devs. Let me see if I can grab a mushroom. Let's try that real quick. Let me see if I can completely... Do I dare? No, I'm not gonna loot it off something. Oh! Up! Alright. Well, well done. Well done. If you guys want to try Shard 1, we can. Let's totally do that if we want to try that. Yeah, the Wickershire, 100%. Do we want to try Stormona 1? All right, let's do it. I guess we should wait for the wizard to get here, though. Let me see if I can get that mushroom real quick. There it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think so, Mr. Stillrose. Yeah, I think that's gonna absolutely be a positive effect of that change. Yeah. Whew, I need to upgrade my tools. Okay. Okay. Ooh. That's... Yeah. How does Shard 1 look? Do we know? There's a few people here. Shard 2. I think there's quite a few people that are just chilling, but there's at least one full group in here doing stuff. Corthin the Dwarf. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Yes. Very, very big deal. Very exciting news. All right. Let's head on over. $70, I agree. I think that will be the case as well. Because... And that's, I've been hitting on that a little bit. We actually talked about it a little bit on the Static Group Live podcast last night. The way that, well, just put it this way. Why aren't we seeing more people in Wild Bloods right now? That's a good question to ask yourself. Why are we not seeing more people in Wild Bloods? I would say... And we would say, we, as we've discussed it, agree that a lot of it is because it is so difficult that unless you are in a very well organized and skilled group, your ability to function well is very low. And you can imagine once we make these changes that, yeah, you might actually see, you know, a couple of players by themselves, you know, pulling single Wild Bloods here and there and level them that way. You might see a couple of like smaller groups, 2, 3, 4 people in various places, and then you would see your big groups, you know, moving deeper in, where, you know, they're going to be hit with more challenge because there's more density and things like that. Joppa just said everyone currently playing are unskilled. No, I'm saying that the people that are the people that are skilled and skillful and have put a ton of hours into the game are the ones I think that are doing reasonably well in Wild Bloods. But when you start thinking about the majority of people who would want to experience that content, I think it's a good example of, you know, the, yeah. Yeah, Paradox Moose. I mean, that is true. Now, we don't want to err on the side of taking that too far. But I think it's definitely worthy of recognizing that. And so the point I'm making here is that, yes, I think when these changes are made, you're going to see a lot more camp spots spring up, people kind of biting off little bits of content here and there. So, and yeah, Joskar's exactly right. Like, when it comes to, you know, major bosses and boss encounters and things like that, that's our opportunity to really ramp things up and say, you know, if you really want to go for the absolute pinnacle of this content, it is going to be significantly more challenging. So I'm really, really pleased. I'm really happy with where we've landed. Taking a lot of feedback from you guys into consideration as well. Hey, this might be a good time I'm going to step away real quick and replenish my beverage. If you guys are cool, I'll be back in just a sec. And, yeah. Wild Blood area is like a joke, totally useless. What? What? Any chance PvP players can just transfer to PvE server? Any chance of individual request lots from Faceless would love to come play with PvP server? Panquakes, I need to check on that. Thanks for the reminder. Korth and the Dwarf, PvL still doing the sound? Yes, they are. There's so much of the Wild Bloods area that hasn't even been figured out yet either. Like, it's bigger than it seems. It's bigger than it seems. All right, I'm gonna go replenish. What is Wild Bloods? Hey, you'll find out soon enough. Jordan, you'll find out soon enough. It's been a while. Is there PvP? And if so, how does it work? And what's the point of PvP? Well, there are PvP servers. We have put next to no effort or time into PvP yet, other than just creating servers with PvP enabled. We do have, I would say, some pretty robust ideas and plans for PvP down the road. Right now, it's really just, you know, the server environment that exists. But the population on those servers is that is probably one place where I would agree and say, yeah, it's pretty much dead right now. There's really not a lot of activity on there. So I would not expect a robust PvP presence and experience to be in play for Pantheon for a little while still. But it is coming. It is coming. Korthan, my bro, thank you so much. You guys are a light in the MMO landscape. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Okay, I'm going to go replenish. I will be back. Replenishment has been achieved. Okay. We've got Pepe and where is off. There we go. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're back. You're back. All right, let me get Dingus summoned here. Oh, here we go. Here we go, guys. Nope. Really gonna have to get a max level summon in here because these things are too high level. Nope. Don't mind me, I'm just expending my entire mana bar here. Oh my sweet Christmas. That's fine. That's fine. Let's get our intellect up. All right, so here we go. This is our first fight on a Necromancer in a group at this level where it's kind of like a real group situation. You know? Why do I keep taking damage? What was hitting me? Oh, I'm assuming the stalker just... But what's hitting me? When did Claw become AoE? Fuso, yeah? Oh, Fuso. I think it just that Claw got moved to a to an AE. Hey, what's up, Clanton? Good to see you. Well, all I can say to the group is, you know, I'm glad I was here. Because had I not been here, you know? All right. Well, the good news is this means I get to summon my pet again, which I'm very happy about. Ratkin blood! Thank you so much. Nice. Guys, you know what that means. Level 8's fine. We can live with level 8. Got it, Battalion. Yes. Do I interact with the PVL guys much, or do they know what needs to be done at this point? Yeah. Yeah, I interact with them relatively frequently. I actually just sent them a scathing message earlier today about sorry, I got distracted. About I'm just kidding, by the way, but some of the work that they're doing on the mounts and giving them some feedback on that. Okay, let's log in. Let's log in. Gonna wait for the tank to get a little bit of aggro, a little bit of threat. Hey, Super Trash, good to see you. What is up, Saxon? Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, my friend. It is almost that time. How many resists am I gonna get here? Let's see. This will be fun. Oh, I can't wait until I'm high enough level to absolutely murder these rats. Oh, these resists. They're only stoking the flames of my hatred towards these ratkin. They will rue. Good gracious. Choking thirst. Will just pop me right back up on my feet. No, okay, good. Yeah, Firefly spell's pretty weak. Pretty weak sauce. Loots, I have not even used it yet, the Mez. And I feel like until I get higher level, I'm not really going to have much opportunity to use it to see how I feel about it. I'm very eager to use it. I want to see how it feels. I'm eager to see how it feels compared to like the Rogue smoke trick, because even on the Rogue is such a busy class that, for me anyway, that I never really felt like I got into a good rhythm with smoke trick and using it well. So I'm kind of eager to see how it feels on the Necro. Spell's landing definitely much better on this guy. You have 11 days off work, so I plan on getting some Pantheon in. Boom! Nice! That's cool. I like to hear that. I think it's working. It is working, Mulgar. It's just with some of the lighting changes. Well, let me back up. I mean, unless it's broken and it literally won't cast. It's just that the light effect is too weak with the current lighting to see it, which is a problem. Very much so. Ratkin blood. Dude, I want to go get my robe so bad. I can't wait. Thank you guys for your help getting this, by the way. We are absolutely not going to end this stream until we do pick up that robe. I don't even know if this is the final step or not. There are lingering concerns about a wipe in store for the new year. Is this true? And what are you guys planning for testers in 2026? I haven't. Where are you reading about that? Because I haven't even seen. Other than like the well, let me stop and rephrase what I'm saying. Other than the major thousands of replied thread on our Discord about, I think, called like to wipe or not to wipe. Outside of that, I've not seen any mention of it. I will say this, though. I went into that thread, that 1,000+ thread on to wipe or not to wipe, and I meticulously copied and pasted everything that was said in there, dropped into ChatGPT and said, hey, give me an executive summary on what everybody's saying. And that was a very interesting read. There will definitely be a wipe at 1.0. Absolutely. Absolutely will be. There's an eyeball. Smoke trick is perfect. I think adjusting flash bomb to allow for better access into stealth mid-pull would benefit rogue greatly. Example, lower cooldown or cleanse on activation. Yes. Yeah. Micro own, I agree with that. Velkings, yeah, a mastery will be a companion system to you all the way through. And there will certainly be aspects of mastery that you won't be able to fully flesh out until max level, just because it will take you that long, you know, to acquire all the points that you need to fill it out. So it's not going to quite feel exactly like AA, but yeah. Yeah, even your longtime players want that to happen. Will be great to get the fresh start then. Yeah. Well, what the thing that I found interesting about kind of the summary of all of that was that in this really the conversation in the thread trended towards the idea of a wipe before the 1.0 wipe. So it was the discussion largely centered on this idea or this possibility of, you know, there being a wipe or how wipes would be handled if there was a wipe before the launch wipe. And what I thought was interesting about it is not a complete consensus, of course, but a lot of the conversation trended towards being either very much on board with pre-launch wipes or being willing to get on board depending on what it was accompanied with, or like the timing of it. And in regards to, like, if it's just a wipe, then no. But if it's a wipe that is corresponding with, like, you know, various major, and then everyone was kind of like, and you know, this is what I think would constitute that. You know, if this, then I could understand, you know, a wipe kind of thing. So it's just interesting to kind of get, and of course, I mean, obviously there were people that were like, it doesn't matter, like, you know, with something like that, with a topic like that, you're going to get a lot of mixed opinion and feeling. But I did think that was interesting. Yeah, flange. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's, you know, there shouldn't be any conversation topic that's taboo or anything like that. Like, you know, it's very important to hear, you know, from our players and understand kind of how you guys feel about things. And that's why I really appreciated that thread, because it's a great discussion. And you know, even, I mean, granted, it's not fully representative of our community. Not everybody's weighed in or anything, but it still was a good thing to look at, kind of absorb. What classes are in the group? We've got a druid, a warrior, a rogue, a wizard, and a cleric, and myself, a necromancer. If you have 0 mastery, will you still be able to play the tune? Oh yeah, absolutely. Are we going to see the other races before 1.0? Yes. Dude, I hate this camera right here where it like gets behind this rock. It's really annoying. Here come the resists. The absolute cascade of resists. When are the new races? Well, we haven't announced a time frame for the new races yet. You want to see the starting zones more fleshed out before a wipe? Yeah, I mean, everybody, I'm sure, has their own kind of, like, criteria. Dude, I forgot that, like, steeping stuff drops here. Or, like, caster stuff. I just got a tinge of excitement. Oh, my. Are there any ideas in the works for bringing back the player base? It seems to have dropped off a lot. I mean, yes and no. The biggest thing that I see, like, when I personally think about the playing population and read questions or comments, or it like the game has not launched yet. The game has not launched yet. And I think people forget that. I think some people conveniently forget that, or intentionally forget that, to try and drive a point. But the majority of people who are genuinely curious or genuinely watching and wondering, like, hey, the population's down. What do you got? Like, are you guys okay with that? Does that concern you? Those are very normal and good questions. But the answer is it's a manifold answer. Number one, we haven't launched yet. And so just like, and in some ways, man, there was this. In some ways, just like I'm experiencing playing Pantheon naturally like this and going through these different characters and having these experiences for myself are causing me to like look at things a little differently. Kind of see the color of feedback, and it's just a little different. In the same way, like when you put yourself in the position of someone who is maybe a little bit more casually interested in Pantheon, or someone who understands that the game has not fully launched yet, and so there will come a point where the game will launch, characters will it'll be a clean slate. We had a huge amount of people when EA launched buy the game, play the game, have really great things to say about the game, and there have been a huge amount of people over the months since EA began that have chimed in here or there, either on my stream or in various places, to say, hey, just letting you know, still watching you guys, still super excited, can't wait for the game to launch, planning on coming back, diving in. So when I look at our current numbers, I see there's just a lot of people that aren't playing right now, not because they don't like the game, not because they're not planning on playing the game, but because they're just not playing it right now. And there's got to be a box for that. Like, there's got to be a way to look at the numbers and say, it'd be great if more people were playing right now, more and more and more, because it'd be easier to find groups, it'd be easier to, whatever. The game would just feel more alive, all that stuff. But to interpret it as, so therefore the game is dying, or I think that's the wrong interpretation. 100% the wrong interpretation. I think we're at a point where people have tasted it. They've observed, our development history. They have an opportunity to play it. On the whole, the feedback was really high. Like, hey, you guys have got something really special here. It's just like, it needs a lot more. It needs to cook quite a bit more. That's exactly what we're doing. And then I fully expect those individuals to come back when the time comes. That being said, we will never not want more people playing right now, in the now. And I do think there are some ways to kind of interest people to coming back. I think there'll be some natural inflection points along the way where people will want to come back in. Certainly when we get new races added, once Bard comes into play, once a new continent is kind of playable to some degree, there are going to be these natural inflection points along the way that people are going to hop back in. But even then, it's like, I don't necessarily, even at those inflection points, expect somebody to hop back in and now they're like, playing every day and locked in and like going super crazy. Some people will, and that's amazing. Some people will play off and on, and some people will hop in to check things out and then won't log back in again for a few months. So I expect to see ebbs and flows. But overall, I do expect the population to be somewhat dormant until the game launches. And I think, and feel free to come back and heckle me if I end up being wrong with this, but I think in the in the few months leading up to Pantheon's launch, I think you are going to see a massive amount of activity around the game, and people just getting absolutely psyched about the launch, and I think it's gonna be awesome. That is literally like one of the things I am the most looking forward to, is that short little pre-launch window where we're like a month or two out. Oh man, that's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be electric. Dripwood staff. Hold everyone hold on to your butts. Up here and melee this thing to death. All right. Boom. This is a two-handed staff, I believe, right? Ooh. 1 stamina, 5 mana. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Steam Charged Players is up almost 10% over the past 30 days. Sick. Yeah, the Wickershire, 100%. 100%. I just noticed some games... Okay, Play Twisted says, I just noticed some other games in a similar state have been doing live events on the weekends, and or at least for the holidays, brings people back in, even if for only a weekend. Hey, and that's a great point. That's a great point. And I don't want to say really anything other than we might do some stuff like that too. And we might do some stuff like that sooner than you might think. So that's a great point. And that is absolutely the kind of stuff that we can look at doing. You know, just even if it is just getting players logging back in for a little bit here and there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me start getting my oh, this uses staves as well, so I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Absolutely agree. Myself, my wife, and my closest friends, 5 to 6 people haven't bought the game yet. We are tracking the progress and waiting for the full launch and excitement. Yeah. And I think that's fantastic. I think that's fantastic. And I think there is a very large amount of people who are on the same boat. Some have bought the game, some still have it wishlisted, some haven't bought it yet, but all fit into that category of, you know, waiting, following, you know, just, yeah. And the thing of it is, like, that is very normal today. You know, we're how many years have we been down the path of Steam being a thing, and all the different permutations of early access games and games in development and whatnot, and it's just so normal for people to follow games closely very early on, but there are just so many other games and so many good games to play that it's like, I don't know. It's like people's attention has been kind of divided up enough between things that they're interested in and enjoy that it's easier maybe to like wait for things to cook a little bit longer. And so instead of playing, people kind of more just keep tabs on things. And that's why, again, all this to say, like, great point, great topic, great idea about things like events and whatnot to bring people in and give little moments along the way for, you know, people to have a reason to log in and check things out. I think that's great. But it's also, these things I'm saying are in response to, I don't know, just trying to cut through some of the noise when people post like the charts, even though the chart has been trending up lately. But when it inevitably ebbs back down, you know, instead of seeing that and being concerned, it's just normal. Like it's going to be normal. It really in no way should overly reflect on, you know, how people feel about the game or anything like that. So just more for people to kind of bolster themselves from discouragement. Yeah, data mock, we can see that. Yeah. Skeptic, I don't know. I don't know yet if we're going to offer that or not. I would definitely would not say it's out of the realm of possibility. I just don't know for sure. And that question was essentially, are there any plans to allow for specific like character transfers? So if somebody's on Haven Song and they really want to be on Stormona, kind of thing. Hey Job, I just hopped into Pantheon this past week and I'm having a blast on my druid. As a classic WoW refugee, I feel like I found a new home. That's awesome. That is very good to hear. Very, very good to hear. Whew. Tell you what, hearing things like that, guys, you know, I know that you guys appreciate these streams and enjoy them. I do too. And one of the big reasons is because I get to hear things like that. And then the team, you know, in turn gets to hear things like that. So very, very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Recently, returning to Pantheon, BRK and other areas have been really fun to explore. If you can comment on the team plans for Eastern and Silent Plains. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's exciting to me because even though... So we just had Wildbloods come out, the Wildmound Cradle. Which again, you know, going back to the how it's tuned, it's not quite as accessible as it should be for more people to try it out and experience. But you know, even by the next patch, we're going to be making a few adjustments for the Wildmound Cradle to get a little bit closer to that. Hey, do we have a replacement? Nice, welcome. And then there actually is, there's a couple of, man, yeah, I'm trying to think of when we're planning on talking about it. I don't know. So I'm going to be super careful. I don't remember offhand when we're planning on talking about it, so I won't. But we're definitely not done in Silent Plains. We're definitely not done in Eastern Plains either. Eastern Plains still has quite a bit of stuff, actually. The Rulu camps, for example, are super bare bones right now. There's a whole lot that we have intended for the Rulu to get fleshed out. You know, King's Watch is still very, like, it's better, but it's still pretty thin in terms of its Just the flavor and kind of the context that you can draw from that area, the different quests that will eventually be there. You've got the Dead Shoals, you've got Tower of Smolder, you've got the barricade and the guarded kind of entrance into the Vale of Azarus. I stood in Ravage and died. I think we all did. Yeah. Yeah, we did. That happens. The Port of Rulun. Oh, ooh. Ooh. Port of Rulun. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Port of Rulun has some things in its future as well. Any plans to add more names to the volcano under the Night Wolves? Razorfang, Moonwitch, and Wyken are nice, but no one goes inside, and it's so great in there. Yeah, there are some things we're going to do. I mean, one of the things that we're going to try, actually, with the Night Wolf Knoll is a little bit more of a dynamic spawn situation for the named, so that people aren't just running into one spot to get the one named and then leaving. That will coincide also with some of the itemization changes that are coming up to ultimately make item upgrades and things like that a little bit more available. Not saying that it's going to be, you know, how do I want to phrase this? Epic items, legendary items, mythic items, things like that should be pretty darn rare. Uncommon items and rare items should not be quite as rare as they are right now. The ability to kind of go places and feel like you're progressing your character needs to be a little bit more dialed in. A Dire Lord picked him up and killed them both. Wow. Ursula. Nice. Oh, level 32. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, Mad Run will eventually connect to Eastern Plains. Yep. Swimming is in game, yes. Diving, not yet. And diving will probably only be in specific areas where you can do like a pretty dive off of something into the water. Did I see your message? Wait, hold on. Gosh, I gotta get better at navigating Twitch. There's the messages. Okay. And then... Job, just curious. I know you can't give us a real answer, but could you give us a time frame of possible open beta, or even better, at least a year that the game might be released? Nope, I cannot. I stay squarely away from dates, my friend. Squarely away. Not even a year. No, I'm not even gonna do that. No. I know. Hey, believe me. I mean, it is the question. I don't. It's not that I don't understand the question, but yeah, I have learned. It's one of the many kind of things that I have to walk carefully streaming, and streaming kind of as myself, you know, adjacent to Visionary Realms and understanding that you know, balancing that well and navigating that well. And one of those things is I'm not gonna talk about when. So, but that is the question. I mean, guys, like, do you think when I got on this team in 2014 that I had any thought that it would be 2025? I mean, you know, it's crazy. The Wickershire Project underwater zones have always been terrifying to me. Good. Well, buckle up. Because we're leaning into that in Pantheon. That is, the goal is for you to be terrified. So, yeah. I cannot wait until warrior banners look cooler than this. What is Cogasands? Ooh. Andromedon, there will be a quest line for Wildbloods. We did not quite get it to the point where we wanted it to be to release it, so that will be coming sometime in the future. But along with that quest line is going to be coming a more robust pass on just the general lore and context of the area. In fact, that's something that I want you guys to be watching for in, you know, our upcoming content releases, is a pretty sizable, measurable improvement on the verisimilitude, the kind of outside of like specifically like quests and things like quests. Just when you go to an area, do you feel like you are able to connect with it more? Does it seem more alive? Does it seem more believable and real? That kind of thing. In fact, verisimilitude might even be one of 2026's like defining words for Pantheon. The year of verisimilitude. Who wants to? Okay, class. All right, class. Who wants to raise their hand and define for the rest of the class what verisimilitude means? What does verisimilitude mean? Ah, I see Rune Links with their hand up. Verisimilitude, noun. The appearance of being true or real. The appearance of being true or real. Indeed. Believability, one word. Believability. Believability. Yeah, Datamock, it will. Indeed. You had heard it pronounced verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. But you're from the South. Wait. Well, if you're from the South, then you probably heard it more like verisimilitude. Oh, you know that verisimilitude. Or verisimilitude. I can say that because I'm also from the South. So I'm allowed. When will Rangers not take damage on disengage? Probably when we're able to actually like clean up disengage in general and make it not so bad. Unfortunately, with the most recent change we did to fall damage, to make it actually matter again, Unity, there are some things, guys, that Unity does, and I don't know why, I don't understand it, I don't agree with it. There are some things that Unity does that, like this, where it's there's something to do with the velocity, the momentum. And that is being factored into the damage. And so if you are moving really quickly, like you do when you're using withdraw, the speed at which you're moving is factored into what's going on with fall damage. Now, I don't understand why, because in my mind I'm thinking, well, just code it to be different. But that's a little bit more involved. So there's something to do with the collision calculations and various things, and it's a little bit of a thing, but it's not the way it should be right now, for sure. And will be cleaned up. My party almost died. Well, I'm glad I was here, so they didn't all the way die. You know? I cannot wait till Warrior Tank is again possible after level 40. Hope VR knows the issues right now as a Warrior. Well, Adromenon, hit me. Hit me. What are your top 3 issues with Warrior right now? I'm going to write them down. You mentioned a bit ago about the internal item tiers you guys have set up. Any plans to ever add that item tiering to gear so we can see, or does that stray too far? I think hot take, Tanhawk, you're good at kind of presenting these conversations topics that can tend towards being somewhat controversial, but I'll shoot straight. I like the idea of us making item tiering visible on items. I'm just gonna say it. I like it. And a lot of the reason I've come to that way of thinking is because of what we've actually seen in the community regarding itemization and a general kind of just confusion about, is this good? Is this not? Is this better? Is this worse? Like, why is this dropping from this? There just seems to be a lot of murkiness. Whereas, and, you know, if we went with something like a color tiering type thing, you know, it's not like on the tooltip. I mean, the tooltips need work too. But, you know, imagine there being like, you know, to the left of Driftwood staff, there's just a little symbol or something with like, or like a little gemstone in a setting or something like that, and the color of the gemstone or the color of the symbol is all it was. It doesn't mean that you would see like the whole name in a color or like color splashed everywhere, but just something to kind of give you an idea, like, this is an uncommon item, this is a rare item, this is an epic item, this is a legendary, this is a mythic, that kind of thing. I don't personally balk at that. I don't think that's... Because you also have to remember that our itemization system, our approach to itemization is fundamentally, you know, EverQuestian. It's okay, guys. I've got this. Yeah, stars. Yeah. You don't see the tears right now, Briar. Oh, I see what you mean, Thwal. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably a reasonable thing to expect overall. Eventually. Having a little more control on how tooltips show up, how often, or like how quickly they respond to a hover, or like needing to hold, have a hotkey pressed, or pressing a hotkey like Alt or something like that to make it pop up. That's personally what I enjoy. I like left Alt being kind of my hotkey visibility toggle. Okay, so healer has to leave soon. Wizard. Enchanter would be nice. But we need a healer. Oh yeah. I mean, you are clearly rage quitting, clearly, but we'll say that you need to go. So aggro issues with warrior is a big one. That's what I'm hearing. Aggro and shields and mitigation. Yeah, Datamock, come on in. I'm just going to focus on life drain spam for these fights right now. Like I'm actually contributing something when I do that. 244 damage. Warriors below DL and Pally with no self-heal. We should be above DL and Pally on mitigation. Oh yeah, wizards are super boom boom now. They got their booms back big time. Big time. I'd actually be able to land some dots on this one. Nope, of course not. Of course not. Oh, looks like I've got... Hold on, I need to respond to something. Oh, okay, I need to absorb this real quick. One sec. Okay. We're good. We're good. I'm mostly forced to run the aggro banner in groups, which takes away from the group banner. Also, the stun and snare moves that happen at the end of the mob's life are tough to use because people be blowing mobs up at the end. Yeah, okay. I gotcha. And Daimlos, you also mentioned on the call yesterday that you, which honestly I was a little surprised to hear. I mean, it makes sense to a degree, but you were talking about how you almost never use Storm. You don't really have Storm on your bar because the times when you're like wanting to rush into an NPC are fewer and further between because you you don't want to be pulling multiple things at once. So I wanted to kind of talk about that for a second. Jaren, did you lose your pet Joppa? No, Jaren, you're experiencing what I often experience, which is a degree of clutter on the screen that makes it nearly impossible sometimes to decipher much of anything that's going on. / rant off. It is I mean, it's got to be one of my top 3 beefs currently. Personally playing Pantheon and wanting to see change is that issue right there. Scatterweave sandals. Oh my. DexCon. I know I have something that scales off Dex. Eventually, right? Fire dots. Yay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Nice. Oh, my inventory's full. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Thank you so much. Look at those bad boys. I'm realizing that the level 50 character O that we were looking at, talking to earlier, level 50 Necromancer, has this same boot graphic. Guys, one day we'll look back on this and laugh. We will be crying while we laugh, but we will laugh. Yeah, Envy. Agreed. One of the upcoming changes that we have coming down the pike is just kind of a change overall to how we handle nameplates in general, where, and this would be configurable in your options, but you would basically have a focused nameplate view. So right now, the only NPC nameplate I would be seeing is the one that I have targeted. All the other ones would be invisible. and the ability to do the same thing with players as well. Oh, whoops. I need to... Sorry. Thank you for answering my question, and I swear I'm not trying to stir the pot. Just every time I see an X-WoW player saying how much they enjoy this, like we did today, it reminds me how great this game is going to be if you guys don't just make an EQ1 clone. And this comes from a guy still currently rating an EQ1. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, yes. You are absolutely right, Tanhawk. It's, Pantheon needs to be made, and it needs to be what it is on track to be, which is that meeting of those two worlds. I feel more strongly about that than I ever have, and part of it has been the ongoing, you know, as people are drawn to and experience playing the game, even with all of its incompleteness and various beefs, it's enough of it is there to communicate like what it's going to ultimately become, and I'm pleased with where we're at, and I'm really excited with where we're going. And I think people more and more are getting it. They're kind of understanding the vision, and it's exciting. Yeah, they are level 50 indeed. Level 50 boots. Yeah, sumo. Yeah, for sure. I don't know where I'm going. I'm usually the puller too, so that makes it tough. Yeah, Daimlos, that... Yeah. Yeah, Hamera. I don't know if you've heard me talk about it before when we have talked about kind of our longer term plans for endgame and Pantheon. But yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah, Synlytic. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting to see and do myself. But yeah, I mean, it's as much as, you know, it could have been, I guess, a I don't know, a controversial thing. We've been pretty clear about our stance on how we're going to use instancing and how we plan to use it for our major boss encounters and our raid encounters. And we've only just barely talked a little bit about the idea of infamy and how to ensure that, you know, the content in the game is reasonably accessible for a larger amount of players, but gives opportunity for your better players and even your best of the best players to push content to a point that only they can do, and the bragging rights that come from that, and some of the rewards that come for that being meaningful. But yeah, that's a really important thing to... Goodness, why is this all over there? Just realized that. Did I move that at some point? Goodness. Ooh, what's infamy? What's infamy, huh? Well, in a nutshell, infamy is a system in which, as you repeatedly kill the same target within a period of time, because infamy will reset at some point rhythmically. That could be once a week, that could be every 2 weeks, that could be every month. It'll reset. But as you repeatedly kill the same target within that time frame before infamy resets, that every time you kill it, you increase in your infamy standing with that target. And as your infamy increases with that target, you will reach certain milestones. And each one of those milestones or tiers will result in the target and the encounter becoming more difficult. It'll kind of ramp up in difficulty at each of those notches. And when it ramps up in difficulty, not only obviously does it become more difficult, but the idea is that the loot table will expand. So whereas the baseline difficulty of the target might only have a certain amount of, or whatever the item pool is for that baseline target, as soon as you hit that first notch, then a new item is now in the loot table that's of a higher rarity than before. So to use like Tel Daedrus as an example, one of the best items that Tel Daedrus drops is Cindercleave, and you can imagine, it's not until you got Tel Daedrus to like a tier 1 or tier 2 infamy before Cindercleave would even be on the loot table. So it's a way to allow a larger number of players to experience content more that's a little bit more accessible for them at that baseline. But then players who are like, we want to push this as far as we can, they have the opportunity to push it as far as they can, and doing so is going to get them more rewards. And there's other, especially guild-oriented perks and kind of bragging rights and different things that can come from it, depending on how we do it. Yeah, the more we chew the nutshell, the tastier we will discover it to be. It's a great way to put it. I think that analogy works. Well, Bazooka, so this is also in tandem with the fact that these major boss encounters and these raid encounters are going to be instanced. And so you're not, in that sense, you're not going to be competing with, someone else to do that content. So this is like, you would imagine that every time you click the door or walk into the portal or whatever the mechanism is going to be to bring you into the instance for that fight, that you would see a representation of what your infamy level is with the target to know kind of what you're dealing with. But I think that's going to go a really long way to making sure that Pantheon, as it ages and grows, that the end game, we keep the end game from becoming overly toxic. Oh my. This could be interesting. My mana is so low. So low. Let's see if I can land one of these. Nope. Nope. Good. I need to leave. Sorry, guys. Not that I could have done anything to... You guys are doing me a favor by letting me group with you at level 8. I appreciate it. Can you choose to stay at a specific level of infamy? So if we do something like this, so keep in mind, like this is still kind of in the realm of theory crafting right now. This is not a definite thing that we're doing. The only definite thing that we're doing, the only thing that you can, hang your hat on is the instancing. But infamy is something that we're exploring potentially. So if we did something like that, I'm just going to step out here and ding real quick. The question was, would you stay? Could you choose to stay? And the answer is no. The answer is no. You would need to wait. Like if you did a target to the point where it clicked over to a level of infamy that was too difficult for you to do, then you would need to wait until it reset to do it again. But at the same time, if, like, let's say that you have a guild that, can easily blow through tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, whatever, of infamy, and gets up to like tier 4 or tier 5 or tier 6, whatever the max tier of infamy is, and that guild doesn't want to go through the process of like leveling something up from tier 1 all the way to max tier of infamy every single time it resets. One of the ideas, one of the ideas of how we can approach this is like, if you actually achieve like a tier 3 or tier 4 infamy, let's say there's max 6 tiers, just for conversation's sake, we can say, okay, if you can get it to this tier of infamy, that means when it resets, it unlocks for you the option to choose what infamy you want the target to be at when you engage with it. I think that's a cool perk for guilds and raid forces that are good enough to really push a target that high, that you could unlock the ability to kind of curate it a little bit. Oh yeah, my pet died. Oh, pet. Is it who in the raid has the highest or overall average? Because I can easily see a high infamy player joining another raid to push past the kills needed. So this is where we're going to need to kind of work some things out. And I've thought about this quite a bit, and there's still a few edge cases that, we need to shore up. But where it's easiest to define is when you're talking about a guild versus an individual. So the idea is that a guild will always kind of a guild's infamy will always supersede individual infamy. So if there is a guild that is raiding a target, the guild that owns that instance, or the guild presence, and that's one of the things we need to work out is like, how do you keep, because individual infamy would be tracked as well, at least as I'm kind of exploring this and kind of mapping this out design wise. Infamy is tracked on a guild level. Infamy is also tracked on an individual level. So if you have an individual that has low infamy, could you initiate, if you initiate an instance for a target with that person, would it apply their low infamy if a guild comes in with high infamy along with it, if that makes sense? So we need to work out a lot of the edge cases. What works easily is when you have, obviously a guild raid, that guild infamy would supersede any individual infamy. But then when you left the guild, your individual infamy is what it would, you know, if you were in like a pickup group and there was no guild affiliation at all, the highest amount of infamy would be what is counted. So whatever the individual with the highest infamy, that's what would count. And it's possible that even in a guild setting, if you invite somebody into the guild and they have personally a very high level of infamy against the target, then that might supersede the guilds. We need to figure it out. We need to figure it out. Or perhaps the mob itself decides a political way about the battle and offers them with X infamy their own guild quest. I mean, you know, there's definitely some cool things we could do. We also had a really cool discussion the other day on the stream. I need to go back and remember who it was specifically. Actually, probably find that out quickly here. Silly one. Silly one. That's who it was. But they were, it was a really good conversation. They had some pretty cool ideas as well. But anyway, it's something that we're exploring, and we got some kinks to work out. We've got some logic and some, you know, but fundamentally the point of the idea, whether it looks exactly like I described or whether it's a little different, it's about maintaining the health of high-level content for the game. Generally, a desire to broaden the accessibility of major targets for more people. So, like, you know, it is an open world game, so you're going to have higher level players at times, you know, getting in the way of lower level players trying to do certain targets. But when you're talking about your major targets, your major bosses, and then certainly your raid targets. So in the context of Hellender Cave, for example, this would be like Nashra. This would be Thief of Eternity. This could even be Harathana, because her room is really well suited for being like an instanced area. Those major bosses would be, you know, a place where you could see Infamy in play, but also beyond Infamy, just, you know, having these areas instanced, it preserves, you know, instead of us just saying respecting players' time and have it just be a catchphrase that doesn't mean anything, in reality, it's like, no, like we want you to be able to plan. If you've got, you know, a couple of hours during the week and you want to plan something with your group, say, hey, we're going to get on and we're going to take down Harathana, you know, like you're going to get a shot at that target. I think that's beautiful for a game like this. Infamy only further drives it, because then you're like, let's see how far we can push it. You know, I wonder what we might be able to get, you know, if we can take this thing down as a tier 1, you know, target kind of thing. I think there's a kind of a beautiful relationship there with all that. And we just got to work out some of the details. Gladius, sorry, this is Stormona. Stormona 2. Yeah, the striker breaking issue, the stacking issue in general, we've got a lot of cleanup to do with stacking. Yep. Can you say with any certainty that patches and content will come faster now with the new hires in PM. This last patch, we can say, was still not the full team's work, right? Lots of bugs. Well, so, I mean, the presence of bugs is definitely not going to go away with more people and even more testing, because, you know, we put the Wildbloods through quite a bit of testing. There's still some bugs, you know. So bugs aside, which is just, it's just a thing. There's an 11 wizard. Where's the wizard? Are they in here? Compound interest. Okay. Yeah, let me know if they want to join and I'll grab them. I'm referring to the class-breaking bugs, Runeskin, Blood Fiend. Those were not missed in testing, correct? I mean, sometimes they are. When you're talking about class-specific bugs, it has to do with, like, you know, which classes... And part of it is continuing to improve our internal testing process, you know, where we make sure that we're not just, you know, testing on the characters that we're comfortable with, but ideally giving all of the classes, like, a full smoke test. But, you know, it's tough because sometimes you change things in code to fix one thing and it ends up, you know, interfering with something else. And it's difficult even with more people. It's difficult in some cases, like when you have more people and more work going on, it even gets harder, you know, to catch everything. So when it comes to bugs, like, I don't, and I want to be careful too, because it's not, I mean, honestly, it's really not, I will report bugs and talk about things that are broken and issues like that, just like everybody else. But once it's passed along, I don't really do a lot or have a lot of engagement with the bug process and the testing process. So I don't really want to speak too much about it. But I know that, I mean, there's a reason why, you know, there's a reason why even in major studios, AAA studios with, you know, hugely deep rosters, why there are still bugs, you know? They just, it's kind of hard to explain well without kind of experiencing working on something like this. It's just, I'm thankful that it's not my area. I'll say that. Yeah. Very thankful. Combo! What is up, brother? Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. With Joppa. Joppa. I am working on my Necromancer right now. What level is your wizard now? Ooh, hold on, let me make sure I've got room. Let's delete. What do we want to delete? There we go. Ooh, thank you. Wait, let's see what these look like. Oh. Oh. My somewhat robe-like pants with the missing texture book. Yes. I do feel a little more necromancer-y. Yeah, it's still white. There are some that it's been fixed for and others where it hasn't, which is fun. Do dark elves exist in Terminus? I'll say this. I think we have a really compelling path for dark elves to exist. I mean, the lucent tree, the light tree as the center point, the centerpiece of Faerthal, the lucent elves, the idea of an opposite spectrum type of elf, the dark elf, could be really compelling. You know, with its Pantheon twist, because a lot of us think of dark elves and we think of like EverQuest dark elves directly, but I think with a Pantheon twist could be really cool. Whether they were ever playable or not, you know, kind of beside the point. Yeah, I get that. Lizard folk will riot. Yeah, lizard folks would be really cool. Let's do the twist. Will you ever have persistent buffs where it doesn't depend on the caster having the buff on their hotbar after you receive it? I can pretty much say that we're going to be moving away from that. Yeah. I think in practice, it's confusing and frustrating, and it's not really... Like I said, guys, like there's a whole slew of like improvements and tweaks and things that are coming down the pike that we'll be able to talk about more soon. Things like, you know, moving our buffs to group-wide buffs instead of single-target buffs. Things like, you know, the whole restriction of like buffs on the bar, things like that. Or buffs dropping when you zone and needing to be on the bar at all times. And I mean, there's, yeah, expect a lot of tweaks, improvements. What's happening? Are we moving? Or am I just... I think I'm just... I don't think I should be here. I'm running back. The umbral tree, that's cool. Yeah, Alberto. That's... yeah. I'm not sure Wildbloods, what test you did with Wildbloods. At level 36, a full group can't really survive well. Names are mostly impossible, like Apex or Stormmother. You need mostly a monk or enchanter to pull safely, and the stones where you fell through the world, where you get ported around, is kind of not funny. Life tap only hitting for 40s. Oh wait, but for 50, the new zone is fun, and Special Apex and Stormmother are the best group encounter you've done yet. Joppa, thanks. Well, first of all, I can't take credit for Wild Bloods because I had very little involvement other than just like some what do you call it? Like in an advisory role, really more than anything else. I have to give all credit to Convo and the two Davids and Scott. Like they really spearheaded Wild Bloods because I've been off in Body of Dakara land pretty fully. So, but I agree with you that it is a fantastic slice of content with a lot of cool new bells and whistles. But it's funny at Drummond because what you're saying, we talked about this earlier in the stream on the topic of difficulty and accessibility with the Wild Bloods, where yeah, like it's tuned to a point where, you know, at level players really struggle, and that's not the way it should be, you know. So that's part of our upcoming work to improve things like that and make content, you know, still retain challenge, but not so much that it's going to just absolutely, you know, obliterate people at level like it is currently. Treant mobs. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I would put treants in the same buckets as giants. These are things that the world needs that we're really excited to have in the game. Just hasn't been their time yet, you know. We used to have an asset store treant in the game, but no more. As someone who finds water in MMORPGs very relaxing and immersive, inviting, will I be able to relax at all in Body of Dakara, or will I be begging for my life? I mean, that depends entirely on where you go. That's going to depend entirely on where you go, Dougbug. There will absolutely be some places that feel relaxing. Yeah, I would say so. And then there are absolutely going to be places that are going to, ideally, mess you up, freak you out, make you very unsettled. But yeah, there'll be some relaxing places, yeah. Some shallows. Do Ghost Manor with the mana drain mobs and chain pulling that you see if you enjoy being out of mana 90% of the time. I can tell you right now, I would not enjoy being out of mana that much. I can already tell you without having to go there that I would not like it. I like having mana. I'm really excited about getting... What level do Necros get their... Is it at level 9 that they get their... or is it 14 that they get their Veil that drains health and gives them mana return? Or 12? Oh, Joskar, yeah. Oh. Yes. Very exciting things in the pipeline. Dang, grats. I hope there will be Leviathan-sized monsters in the sea. 14? I've got to wait till level 14? Oh, man. Here's Mixie. Mixie. Oh, we have someone coming. Whoops. Sorry, will there be Leviathan-sized monsters in the water? Do you really think that we would skip the opportunity to have Leviathans? How dare you? How dare you? One of the things I'm probably am most excited about when it comes to like anything related to water and Pantheon is the legends and the tales that players will share, the stories that they'll make up of things that they saw. The mythos, the legends that will grow around what exists in the waters of Terminus is one of the most exciting things to me. Hands down. As a fan of Subnautica, I asked that question. Mr. Stillrose, as a massive fan of Subnautica myself, I will tell you that it is one of the main inspirations for our underwater content. The vibe, the danger, the fear. Oh man. Per lore, did the ocean creatures get sent to Terminus from their previous planets, or were they here already? Some of them, some were part of the, you know, whatever you want to call it, however you want to say it. But the majority of them are native to the planet. The Terminus is very old. Very old. Far predates the arrival of the player characters. There's much deeper, older things in this world. Oh yeah. Hamburglar, okay. The reason I'm not using dots as much is just because I'm getting resisted so much that I feel like the life taps are actually making it through more often. Maybe I'm making that up as well. I mean, generally speaking, at level 9, I feel like I'm really not doing much of anything, and it feels bad. It feels bad. It'll be nice. I mean, this is a great place to say that it'll be really nice once we can get that utility aspect of the Necromancer working, where I can like drain a stat from a target and give it to my defensive target, so I can at least like be buffing people a little bit. What are the stats on the cloak? Sweet Christmas. What do you, just let me play. What are you talking about? Rain? Sweet. Charisma is my... There it is. Weather. Sweet Christmas morning in the east when the sun was setting. Yes. Yes, there will be storms. Yes, indeed. Oh, well, you're talking about, just let me play. I think the place that you're going to end up enjoying the most, and this is a down-the-road place. This is like expansion level stuff, but essentially the, I forget what we are, I don't even know if it has a fully official kind of ratified name yet, but it's the Ever Tempest, essentially, in the east. I think you will, that sounds like a place where I could envision you spending some time. Craggy, you just have to wait and see. I am bound to not speak of such things yet. You mentioned taking inspiration from Subnautica for the water zone. Would taking inspiration from roguelites be, for another zone, be something we could possibly look forward to? You'd have to give me, like, an example of what you mean by that, because when I think of roguelites, I think more of just, like a style of game, kind of a different game DNA of, like, get as far as you can, die, but come back stronger next time, kind of thing. Are you thinking something more environmental? Oh, are those leather? Oh my gosh. Well, there you go. I decided I didn't need my gloves. It's fine. It's fine. Where the gnomes at? You know, they're around. They're around somewhere in the future. Somewhere. They have a place in time. They do. Randomized layouts, progressive difficulty as you go, randomized power-ups help you through. Expectations that you will likely fail, but the further you get, the more rewards. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Would it be cool? Yes. Would it fit as like an alternative, I don't know, kind of an experience within Pantheon? I think it could. But it's whether it's actually going to be in the cards or not, I would tend to say, ow, that hurt. I would tend to say probably not. I do love roguelikes though. Like it's one of my favorite game genres. What do we get at 9? Do we get anything good at 9? Yeah. 10's nice. Life Leech is going to be great. We get our slow at 10. Get an upgrade to our disease dot at 10. We get our root at 10. That's pretty good. 10 is definitely a good level. Get the heal at level 9. Okay. Bjorn DB Wild, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, my friend. Thank you for the 10 months of support. That is amazing. Thank you so much, Bjorn. Thank you. Not Scolm. Joppa, how's the DPS on Necros in dungeons or raids? My DPS right now is really low because I am not able to land. I'm here at a low level. I'm here at a kind of a low level. Not being twinked. I have a hard time landing my abilities on these NPCs. So from fight to fight, I'm feeling pretty lackluster. The pet kind of sucks. So it's like, I don't feel like I'm bringing a whole lot. Now, Necromancer's at higher level, and Necromancers, once they're geared, and once they've got some sick weapons on their pets, I think do pretty crazy good stuff. I'm eager to see how that feels, but it's kind of like a, you know, locking in for the growth phase of the class and hanging in there until you reach that point. And that being said, I mean, I know the class still has a few issues as well. Our community has been very faithful and exuberant about what those are, and I am seeking to experience them for myself. But let's see. We'll check out the DPS here at the end of this fight. 177 damage compared to, you know, you got 464 from the rogue. I mean, Alinar, you're kind of carrying us right now, damage-wise, for sure. And Mixie. Sorry, I missed Mixie. Wizard 518. So I mean, yeah, but again, that's a product of like my level. Mixie's level 14, Alinar's level 13, so they're really not having much issue landing anything on these guys. Sigil GM with the 5 gifted subs. Sigil, thank you. Thank you. Right on, Sigil. That's amazing. Grats. 5 ads blasted into oblivion. Sigil GM. Thank you, man. Seriously. Thank you so much. Whew. It turns out being able to hit your target is a good thing. It's a great thing. It's an important thing. Being able to hit, when you hit your target, you actually... Dull Iron Dagger. I don't think I need that, do I? Yeah, I'm gonna pass. Well, I don't know. What should I do? 1 mana. It's a dagger. Is there anything even meaningful right now to hold in your offhand as a caster? That would make that, like... At this level, I mean, I know that there are things, but at this level, I don't know. 1 strength, 1 dex. What's the damage? Dude, Bjorn, thank you so much, man. 5 gifted subs again. Another 5 gifted. Sigil and Bjorn, guys, thank you so much. That means a lot, and that's amazing. Thank you both so much. Congrats to you guys who were the recipients. That's awesome. Thank you. There's a YouTube video, 5 hot items to get on Necro. Okay. I mean, if they're hot. You, Tubidin says, I healed someone as a Necro and died. I'll never use it again. That's hilarious. I mean, if nobody wants the stagger, I guess I'll take it. Get rid of these leather things. Well, let's actually get rid of... Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. I mean, I kind of like dagger on Necro. I like the way daggers look. I could throw it on the pet, actually. Hold on now. Yes, yes. Very wise. Very... Hold on. This... Okay. Guys, this... Like, why? Why won't you just switch? Silly. Oh, it's because I was in combat? See, yeah, I don't know. X-Core, thank you for that. That was the right call. The right call. Sorry if I missed it, but will you be facilitating people that run 2 accounts by adding a follow command or something like that? Maybe. Maybe. Follow command is a very highly requested thing. Maybe. We're a little gun shy because we don't necessarily want to encourage heavy boxing of characters. I say that aware that there are people that really love to box, and you know, I think potentially having like servers even dedicated to being boxing friendly servers is something that, you know, we should at least consider and look into. But the way that even something like a simple /follow command can contribute to, you know, much more of an incentive to box and an ease of boxing, botting, various other behaviors. It's just something we've been slow to add and are kind of taking our time with. So we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. But it's not that we don't hear, you know, that it's a thing that you guys would love to have. It's just something we're being careful with. Primus! Thank you so much. Our single box server still coming at 1.0. Like I said, that's how I think we should do it. That's how it makes sense to me, is to have true box servers be kind of the norm and do our best to enforce that and monitor that, and then have servers that are boxing friendly servers so players that enjoy that can do it there. I think that's a really clean way to handle it. So I'm not saying that with a definitive yes, or that is absolutely what we're going to do. I'm just saying that's the idea and the desire that I'm bringing to the table. And when the time comes, we'll need to make some calls on it. But that's certainly where I stand. That's my own conviction about what is going to be best for the game, for sure. And Primus, thank you for the tier 1 and the 10 months, guys. Again, Bjorn to be Wild, Sigil, thank you so much for the gifted subs and just the subs in general today, guys. It means a lot. It means a lot. Thank you. It's just nice, especially with how quiet the servers are right now. It'd be nice to use my druid to help level up another class. Yeah, I totally get it. And it's not that I haven't done it myself and understand like the draw of it. It's just that I just feel like hold on now. Those are cloth. Those are leather. Those are cloth. I appreciate that, Kurgan. Thank you. We can actually equip these. Oh! Nixie and I are gonna roll. 89. Nice. That was a super close roll, actually. Wow. Wow, wow. Hey, Dougie Fresh, good to see you. Whoa, Saxon. Guys, thank you so much. Saxon with the Vashlands membership on... So this is the YouTube side. And then gifted 5 memberships as well. Guys, that is so generous, and I am very, very appreciative of that. Thank you so much. That's where it kind of like hits. Yeah, it starts to kind of hit on that hard level. That's very appreciated, guys. Thank you. Zero to 10,000. All right. Yeah, we're still... The resist, man. I mean, it is orange, so... I mean, I guess... I don't know. I guess that makes sense. It's let you live! Oh, we gotta train. Oh, we gotta train. Up! Did we survive? Goodness. That was very scary. Okay, so if people, it sounds like some people are not clear on what the conversation was. The question was asked specifically about the follow command. Are you guys planning on adding a follow command? Because it makes it a little bit easier, you know, to have kind of a boxed character if you have a follow command. And my response to that is the reason why we've been really slow to add a follow command is because I, for one, am very... I don't like the effect... I'm gonna say it, I'm not gonna pull punches. I don't like the effect that boxing has on MMO socialization. Because when push comes to shove, when I see other players in the world, there is something that it does to me to know that there is a person behind every single one of them. When a game has rampant boxing, it starts to kind of eat away at the sense that the ecosystem of socialization, it starts to erode that. And so I would always rather play in an environment where I know there is a one-to-one relationship between a character in the world and a player behind that character. That being said, I also understand that people enjoy boxing. It's kind of, in a way, there's an interesting parallel between boxing and soloing. And there's, I think, even some similarities in people feeling a certain way towards boxers and soloers, because you can argue to an extent that soloing is, you know, not necessarily propping up the social aspects of a game like this. I do think they are fundamentally very different things on many levels, so it's a very weak analogy ultimately. But the point being, it's not that I don't understand or appreciate why people enjoy boxing or have necessarily a problem with it or anything, because I've definitely done it myself, and I have enjoyed doing it myself. It simply just comes down to, you know, what effect is it having on the social fabric of the game. And that's why I will say again that I think the best solution, until you know, I'm presented with an even better one, is to try and maintain a true box, single box environment on as kind of the majority type, server type, and then have multi-box servers as well, where players that enjoy doing that and want to do that can do that. And I know if you're somebody, I understand maybe that's not as enticing to somebody that likes to box, because, you know, I don't know, they would rather be on, you know, I don't know, the idea of like being segregated in a way. But I just feel like it's really important. Orange really are really hard to hit, very normal. Once you gain a level, you will be better. Yeah, level 10 seems like it's a pretty big deal. And that's good, because we've designed level 10 to be kind of that way, that first kind of milestone level where you really start punching. I agree that 2-boxing as a gaming style reduces the fun for others. However, when you are an alcoholic like myself, leveling up several characters, it's hard to keep getting groups. Yeah, I know. I know it. But I do think that there's a now problem, given, you know, player population and stuff right now, versus when the time comes. I don't think think grouping is going to be a little easier. Because, I mean, guys, we haven't even started talking about, you know, for example, I'm again, I'm broken record, because I always say, like, I'm not going to say too much about this yet, but I know we have a dev blog that we are devoting to this entirely, but we're going to be, you know, We're going to be doing something soon that is meant to help with backfilling group spots and navigating dungeons, things, people, places, events. So I don't even know what you guys, I don't even know what? I come from the Ultima Online EverQuest generation of players. Today's players don't have the will nor the attention span to grind out an MMO anymore. I truly see no future for new MMOs anymore. Really? That's a very heavy loaded thing to say. Load fix. That's a loaded statement. You truly do not see a future for new MMOs anymore because the attention span to grind out any MMO. Now, I do understand where you're coming from. I don't think it's like a crazy, ludicrous thing to say. I just think it's a loaded, heavy thing to say. Because I think there's some truth to it. $500,000 when WoW Classic released? Yeah. I think there's a very sizable population out there that are hungry for MMOs, that are searching for the right one. And I think in some ways, WoW Classic represents kind of the last vestige of like the non fully modernized MMO variant. That's like currently like a commercial product. And so I think it is very telling to look at WoW Classic as a reference point to see like what is the potential population out there for a game like this. I think it's very telling of the demographic and whatnot. And again, whether you like it or not, whether you support it or not, some of the decisions that we've made with Pantheon are specifically designed to make it more palatable to a modern palate, because I will argue to the end that even your most staunch, not all, so there are exceptions to this for sure. There are some like super staunch classic MMO players, EverQuest, diehard EverQuest, Ultima Online, you know, that era, who want nothing to do with any kind of modernization. They want it old, they want it cumbersome, they want it hard, they want it punishing, they want it, you know. But I would argue vehemently that even staunch classic MMO players, EverQuest players, they too have been colored by modernizations that have brought polish, quality of life, some accessibility, some schedulability to the MMO experience. And I think Pantheon probably would have I don't really want to go that far, but I could see a way that Pantheon could have shriveled up and died had we not been willing to embrace some of those things. But that's why I say, like, where you draw the lines, it's very important, because you can go too far. I think World of Warcraft went too far, even the classic era, which is, you know, why I always go back to that. Like, it is the third path, not WoW clone. Why in the world would we be interested in making a WoW clone? That's every game. An EQ clone to me is much more interesting, because an EQ clone is still a clone of something that has hardly ever been done again, which is why I always say, or I try to say, like, I think what Eminem is doing is actually smart, because it's a clone, and I don't even think it's a clone at all. I'll make that clear too. I don't think it's a clone, but to the degree that it's walking really closely and much more closely to EverQuest than, say, like Pantheon is even, I think it's still a smart thing to do, because there's really not been a whole lot of games like it since EQ. Like games like EQ since EQ, because once WoW came on the scene, is like, you know, we're done. But for us in particular, that is why we have chosen to lean a little bit more into some of those things, because I think it is positioning us to make the classic DNA of MMOs more appealing and palatable, not to like some crazy broad audience. Like, I don't know that Pantheon is going to appeal to like the Fortnite crowd or anything like that, or that's even obviously something we're trying to do. But I'm saying, if you use WoW Classic as any kind of a barometer for the overall demographic, I think we stand to appeal to and potentially bring more of a classic MMO experience to that demographic, embracing some of those things, than we would have otherwise. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Synlytic. I mean, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. A game for everyone is a game for no one. That's right, Saxon. 100%. Looking for Goop? Looking for Goop? Looking for Goop. Micro, looking for Group Q. Yeah, if you want to get on the list. If there's I don't know if there's a list, but been away from the game for a bit. Have they given enchanters pets or charm pets yet? If not, when is that going to take place? They do have a pseudo animation pet. It's actually like insanely OP at the moment. So, yeah. But charm, not yet on charm, but we are getting closer. It isn't a matter of attention span or will. The problem with a heavy grind is that someone that works 60 hours a week and has a family will take months to get from level 20 to level 24. Yeah, the grind, well, and the grind, for example, like the grind in Pantheon right now is I would say is too much, specifically and especially in the way that it's implemented currently. So like I am all for a good sloggy grind, but I want to feel that much more as I'm higher level. I don't want to get smacked in the face with an incredible like grind slog when I hit level 15 or I hit level 20. I'm much more okay with that once I get up to level like 40 or in the late 30s and I start really feeling like, okay, this is really getting tough, you know, to kind of push the way up. But right now the grind slog in Pantheon hits really early. And then it just stays like super punishing, you know. So we're gonna smooth that out quite a bit. Besides, some people have used 2 accounts because you don't have a mail in game or a bank account. Yeah, and I get that. And a lot of what I'm saying about boxing is definitely, I'm thinking much more kind of like long-term launch, you know, launch situation more so than a commentary on the right now. Because yeah, without a mail system, I get it. Mercy, I actually agree with you. Yeah. I actually agree with you on that. Animations still have a good way to go before they're locked in, but it's a very iterative process. Okay, Mixa. I am. Yeah, Mercy, I am. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Dramanon, that's very true. That's one of the things that give MMOs their staying power, is the fact that they are these kind of social networks that, you know, we get really invested in. Oh no, Mercy, no, like this I tend to be super critical of the game as well, like where it needs it, and this is a very safe, open place to speak freely, you know. 100%. We've been in a very open development since the beginning. I mean, and we've been before people's eyes in much worse shape than this before. So yeah, don't pull any punches or worry about that at all. It's all good. All right. Resist again. I used to help a little bit with WoW in the back end when they had Classic. I know a little bit about it. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. We end up talking about WoW Classic a reasonable amount on this channel and in relationship to Pantheon, because it is certainly part of the inspiration overall. We're trying to, if we could go back in time when WoW originally released, and a lot of the people that are interested in Pantheon are coming from deep like love for EverQuest in particular, but also other classic era MMOs, DAOC, Asheron's Call, Ultima, and WoW came along and, you know, did a lot of things really well, kind of took over, and I jumped ship from EverQuest for a long time, ended up putting years and years into WoW. It's one of my favorite games ever. just in terms of the amount of time I played it and how much enjoyment I got from it. It will never dethrone EverQuest as my favorite MMO, but yeah, we're kind of going back and saying, okay, like if you could chart a third path, you have your EverQuest, you have your WoW in its vanilla state, what would a third path look like to follow suit with WoW, to like kind of start modernizing a little bit, introducing more quality of life, polishing up the edges, but then still retain, you know, more of the open world, social, punishing aspects of that classic era. So it's really fun. It's been an amazing project to work on. I'm excited about it. And we're also a small team. We've been a small team for a long time. We're a growing team now. Definitely bigger now than we've been in a while. But yeah, if the interest drives you to do any research on this project and its history, we've been at this for a while. We started off pretty much. We actually started off with a Kickstarter. This was before my time here. There was a Kickstarter that failed, and then shifted to crowdfunding, just direct crowdfunding, which was still the case when I started on the project. And it's been a very slow process of moving from just kind of a pure passion project in the beginning, fully crowdfunded, to, you know, over the years, transitioning more to like an actual established studio with, you know, a firmer funding foundation, but, you know, always very lean and scrappy. And MMOs are big. They're big games. They're hard to make. Yeah, Primus. Well, funny enough, just to be clear, Brad and I went back and forth on it quite a bit in the beginning, because Pantheon's original design documents were very vanguardy in the bad ways, like I would say, in the ways that I call them bad, in the ways that I didn't like, which were the ways that I think trended much more towards a World of Warcraft approach. So we had a lot of those early sharpening kind of conversations were around like what aspects of EQ we really wanted to celebrate and intentionally lean into that was not the WoW way. And I think we landed in a good spot ultimately, and I would say that the Pantheon of today really ultimately reflects those decision points that we made together, and then ultimately, you know, socialized with the team as a whole, and then got buy-in from the team as a whole. So, is Bard canceled? No. What? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Dougie Fresh, 1,000 bits. Thanks so much. There's a ton going on, but do you guys still plan to work with an orchestra to get some... Good question. That is totally in Phil's hands, PVL Phil. And it's also, I mean, technically it's a resource budget thing too, but I know they do a lot of live instrumentation. I don't think they've done any full orchestral work yet. So it's a we'll see. It'd be super cool. You've been here since my beard had color. Not going nowhere. That's awesome. Wow. Yeah. That's... I randomly stumbled across a video of our trip to PAX East in, I guess, 2017 it was, where I still mostly had color in the beard back then. I was like, oh my gosh. Wow. Ginricky? Yes. There's that picture floating around somewhere of the WoW developer, of when he started and when he ended. And it's sobering. It's very sobering. I wonder if I can find that. Hmm. It's not coming up, but we're on 2. Glorf. We're on 2. Like seeing on stream when showcasing the bard? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't think people understand how much work goes into making a simple change, as in spells, movement, etc., and how much it affects the servers. Yeah. Especially servers. We're... Oof, man. Oh, there must have been a Ravager in the group as well. Ravaging. That was quick. Yeah, we're ultimately gonna need to move away from Unity server. The some more of the Unity server stuff that we're using currently, because it's just we've just got so people don't understand how complex Pantheon really is and how much is really going on. I mean, it's easy when you play a game like Pantheon, and aside from the lag and other, you know, jank that hasn't quite yet been ironed out. No, we're not moving away from Unity. No, that's not nice. No. That, I mean, before I finish that statement, let me clarify the first. No, we are not moving away from Unity. We are going to be decoupling from, specifically from some of Unity's server stuff under the hood, and doing some more custom stuff, just like we did with networking. I mean, and nowhere near the scope of networking at all. I mean, we're talking about some minor stuff, but just to get a little bit more of the punchiness and the responsiveness that we want. For example, if you're a class that summons any NPCs, and you've noticed that lag when you finish summoning something, and it takes sometimes a second or two for the NPC to pop in, that's the kind of stuff that we want to continue to squash and iron out, where everything is super responsive. So that's I mean, you can see it when I summon a pet. Watch, I'll show you right now in real time. Watch when this spell finishes casting and when you actually see the pet show up. Oop. That should be instant. And that was actually because we're on a less populated shard, or the zone is less populated, that probably happened faster than it would otherwise. But you saw it on the stream a while back too, when I was doing the swarm pets on the summoner, and you would like cast a swarm pet and it would take, you know, sometimes a couple of seconds or more even for it to show up. That's what I'm talking about. So anyway, and now I forgot what I was saying otherwise. But yes. Glorf is here. Glorf. Welcome, Glorf. I think it's the Yugui pigs. I think. Why is Tarkov so popular? 35-minute rounds. I can watch that. I started playing it because there's long-term satisfaction until the servers are reset. Whenever I try to make a positive impact, people usually just take it negatively and stop talking to me. I'm truly just here to help. Yeah, I mean, well, so far, Loadfix, from my perspective, I've really appreciated your input and your contributions to the dialogue. I think that's... I actually was, I think, talking along some of the same lines that you're talking a stream or two ago, referencing Arc Raiders and how Arc Raiders, even more so than Tarkov, is really popping off because Arc Raiders took it even further and streamlined even further with a game loop as punishing as survival extraction games are. They're seeing so much popularity and there's so many people playing because they've further streamlined the ability to get in and out of a match and do something meaningful with the time that you have. And it's literally, if you guys could be on the wall of some of our design meetings lately, that's been something we've been talking about a lot, and I've been harping on incessantly, is like, it is 2025, and while you will always have people that come in and want to no life this game in any game like it and play, you know, all day, every day, and you want to support those people, you want this to be a very welcome place for those people to come and feel like they have something to sink their teeth into that much for that long. But you have to consider that the majority of people, I think, are looking for an opportunity when they have an hour or two to play, that they can get in and get something done. And I think you're going to see our acknowledgement of that reality in, you know, the coming weeks as we start talking about more things, to see how, you know, we really are trying to move things, you know, very carefully and very thoughtfully, but move things in that direction. What's the shoulder? Yeah. Yeah. Blech. Challenger, well, I mean, I'd like for you to log into Pantheon if you do, you know? And when, you know, once we make the changes with the chevrons and get rid of those, I think that's going to be a lot more viable. But there's such a package of things. It's the chevrons, it's the changes with experience coming up, it's some of the adjustments to itemization and the availability of like items that you can target and have more of a chance to get, that, you know, they're not the, you know, the epic tier type stuff, but they're meaningful and they're substantial in their upgrades, and, you know, having even some of those that you can get by yourself, you know, without even needing a group to do it. These kinds of changes, thank you, are going to go a really long way towards actually, if you only have an hour to play, you know, hopping in and playing Pantheon. Like, I would like to see more of that. Oh, is that news to you, Drax? Go to my YouTube page, youtube.com/@Joppa Vash. There is a short. Actually, maybe I can link it since I'm me. Hold on. Well, anyway, how about I just tell you? Yes, we're getting rid of chevrons. And there's a lot of reasons as to why we're doing it. And instead of kind of droning on about it, I feel like the short does a better job of encapsulating it. But short story, yes. Have I shared it with Trexid? I assumed anyway that Trexid at least has gotten wind of it. But no, I have not shared it with him directly. Hey, what's up, QuickSafe? Never heard of Vanguard 70? Really? One of the key things I look for is the ability to feel like I accomplished something even if I only had 1 or 2 hours to play, so I would appreciate that. Yeah. Well, it's the difference between now what a lot of people are experiencing, which is spending, in some cases, that long just trying to find a group. Because in many ways, they're not... They really don't have any options outside of that unless they're in a group. And the other problem is because of the Chevron / solo NPC dichotomy going on right now, solo NPCs are such a pushover, but yet are a reasonable form of experience gain. But as you get higher level, you have to kill so friggin' many of them that it becomes this just rapid fire grind fest that's just, it's very fatiguing. Like it so there's several different components all working together to create, I think, the current issue. Whereas once these changes are made, then you log into Pantheon and you've got so many options now, right? Like I feel like that's kind of what's missing. It's one way to phrase it. When you log into Pantheon, instead of feeling this sense of like, what do I want to do? I have so many options. It's like, you know, I have to go to these specific areas and I need a group to do that. And so my options are only these few things. And that's going to be such an amazing change. Shield. I need to use the restroom. I'm going to go do that real quick. I will be right back. If I start getting attacked and I start to die, just move my character, please. Thank you. right. We're back. Chair is a stud. Chair gets it done. Can I talk on the XP changes? Like, are we going to lower XP per mob or raise XP per mob? So, the goal with the XP changes ultimately is to, number one, smooth out the curve. So, instead of hitting, like, what it is currently around level 20 in Pantheon, and it just does this absolute nosedive, that it's more of a curve, a smooth kind of, and curve might not even be the right word. It's just more of a smooth kind of progression of time to level as you get higher level, and then where you shouldn't start really feeling the like an intense grind until you get up to the point where you're, you know, in your kind of mid 30s, late 30s, getting into your 40s, where it really starts to like feel like you've that huge ramp in amount of time. And I say huge, I mean, it's, you know, using all kinds of flowery language here that's not super, like, technical. But that's the first goal, number one, is just to smooth out that progress of leveling up and not have it fall off a cliff early like it does right now. The second thing is, with the changes to Chevron like removing the Chevron NPCs and kind of unifying the NPC to be one, you know, unified type, the general challenge of NPCs at level is going to go up, meaning when you're fighting an NPC in Pantheon, once those changes are made, granted it'll be scaled a little bit differently at lower levels just to kind of provide that on-ramp a little bit, but, you know, certainly by the time you're like around level 10 and beyond, when you're fighting an NPC by itself, it's not going to have a chevron anymore. There are not going to be any chevrons or any semblance of like, this is a group NPC, this is a solo NPC. And so you will be relearning in a way how an even con NPC feels, how a dark blue, how a light blue, how a green, etc. And depending on your class, depending on your skill, depending on what kind of NPCs they are, you will kind of be relearning what can I handle. And if I want to like solo for experience, for example, you know, with the class that I'm playing, I can, you know, take dark blues and certainly light blues and greens. Or maybe if you're a class that's not super great at soloing, maybe you know, focus more on like light blues or greens. And then the idea there is with those changes, time to kill in general is going to go up. And so you're not going to be killing mobs as quickly. And then the goal with that is, therefore, experience gain should be more significant per kill because you are spending more time with each individual NPC. And so the net goal of all of this, the net outcome is you're not going to be killing things as quickly. You're not going to be machine gunning through pushover solo NPCs. You're going to be, if you're by yourself, you're going to be going from fight to fight more methodically, you know, making sure you have recuperated enough, you know, to take on a new fight. Those fights are generally going to take longer, but you're going to get sizably more experience per kill, which means you're not going to be having to kill as many things to level up. And then, of course, the exchange when you move into a group setting is that groups are going to be a lot more efficient. They're going to be able to, you know, kill things much more quickly and continuously. And so the goal in all of this still is for, you know, grouping to be the most efficient form of leveling in a, you know, especially in a good group by far. And it's also, there's risk mitigation inherent in grouping, and then also the general challenge of our content where, you know, it will be much, you know, we're going to be back to the days of seeing solo players and small groups in places like Halnir Cave and Mad Run and Hangor, you know, picking off individual NPCs, maybe, you know, camping the the occasional named NPC. But then for like major boss encounters and things like that, those areas are typically going to be populated to be a lot more dense. It's going to take a lot of that, you know, group synergy working together. It's just going to be, it's going to be so good, guys. So good. I am very excited about getting that robe soon. My plan actually is to hit level 10. And then once I hit level 10, I'm probably going to head out of Howner Cave. And I want to go get my robe. And I really want to try out a couple of the skellies at the AVP skeleton ruins as well. And just see, because I'm kind of scoping out like potential soloing spots. More info coming soon, Scoob. I know I say that all the time, but it really is coming soon. They're mighty social. Okay. What's my favorite Thanksgiving dessert? My favorite Thanksgiving dessert is yeah, well, yeah, that's fair. I do plan to make an exception tomorrow on Thanksgiving and probably on Christmas Day as well. If you don't know, I've been trying to lay off sugar pretty heavily. I did get it, Ivy. I am not a vegan, absolutely not. I am not a vegan at all. I'm actually, when I'm done streaming, I'm gonna go eat some chili, which I'm really excited about. But my favorite dessert is warm chocolate pecan pie a la mode. My favorite Thanksgiving dessert. Warm chocolate pecan pie a la mode. Oh my sweet Christmas morning with the sun setting in the east. I know, it's like 3 desserts in one. It is. Chili is amazing in the winter. I am so excited about it. What game is this? This is Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. Yep. You can see the vision and it's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. We're twins, Chilando? Nice. Oh yeah. It's so good. It's so good. It's crazy how much sugar pecan pie has. Like, it's crazy. I don't understand, because it's all in that goop. Like, whatever that goop is where 90% of the horrifyingly bad for you aspects of pecan pie is. I don't know what's in it. But it is like overpowered goop. Am I concerned about player retention when Eminem launches? I am not. No. I am not. I think you're going to get some people that play Eminem and bounce off of it for Pantheon. I think you're going to some people that play Pantheon and bounce off of it for Eminem. I think you're going to get a lot of people that play both. And I think you're going to get a lot of people that only play one and don't even have any interest in trying the other. I mean, it's going to be a huge mixture of things. Now, do I expect there to be potentially a drop-off of Pantheon players when M&M goes into early access? Of course, absolutely. Do I expect there to be a potential drop-off of Pantheon players when M&M fully launches, if M&M launches first? Yes. If Pantheon launches first and then M&M launches later, I expect the same thing. I always expect when a new game comes out and a new game goes from being I can only play it a little bit to now I can absolutely go as hard as I want and play it all the time 24/7, I absolutely expect there to be an effect on other games. 100%. The key is for both them and us, make the best friggin' game you can, have the best launch that you can, and then support your game faithfully and consistently to give people as many reasons as possible to keep logging in and playing your game. That's it. So, yeah. But I think fundamentally M&M is more of the kind of game that some people want. And for those people, I think they absolutely will hop ship and play M&M. 100%. Because that's just how it goes. And I think they have a really smart... I think they have a very smart and have done things really well resource-wise where they don't need... They can handle ebbs and flows and in their overall population, and they don't need as large of a population to not only sustain their product but grow. So I think they're in a really good spot. The question is, do those other games have the sauce that makes them come back missing what they left? Exactly. The sauce. I'll play both. Both are great games in their own respects. Absolutely. Looking for goop. Yeah, that's right. Looking for goop. Sweet potato pie. Oh. 70. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, if you, some of you know Goop, well, I don't know if Goop originated with the burnt peanut. I don't know how many of you guys watch the burnt peanut, but I know they're all about the Goop. The Goop. I'm about to go, after I hit level 10, I'm heading back to Avelia to pick up some Goop. Grand Order of Pantheon Goop, off to make my new guild. Nice. That's actually pretty... That goes pretty hard. Goop. Grand Order of Pantheon. The sweet potato pie. I don't know about that. That's one of my like hidden... I don't know. It will alienate some people. But I cannot stand pumpkin anything. I hate pumpkin pie, pumpkin spice lattes, pumpkin flavor. I don't know what it is. I hate it. And sweet potato, I don't feel as strongly about sweet potato, but I also don't really like sweet potatoes either. Is what it is. In EQ, NPCs scaled in power at the same rate as players for level 1 to 30, twice as fast for 31 to 40, and 4 times as fast for 41 to 50. This way, the higher level you got, the more you sought other players' help to continue. Will you duplicate this NPC power growth curve or something similar with traits to keep mob difficulty linear 1 to 50? Yes, to an extent, but not quite in the same way, and maybe not quite as much. because we have a lot more going on in Pantheon with NPCs and their kits and different synergies and traits and fractures and climates, and there's a lot of other levers that, to be honest, we need to engage more. So yes, there will be some of that, but probably not quite to the same degree, simply because we have other levers to use and rely on, which is what you alluded to with, you know, traits being part of that. So yeah, I just lost half of my players. Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe. I mean, it could be, because I mean, people are very, they're very particular about their food. I know I am. Oh my. Glorf! Ooh. Did I ever play an Unrest? A cool group in mob types. An idea for this game, gargoyles. Oh, good grief, yes, I played an Unrest. Oh my goodness. Yes. And that place was terrifying. That place never stopped being terrifying. Especially depending on what class you were. Like, if I was, you know, if I was on like my monk or a bard, or... Oh man, when I played through on Shadow Knight, like any class that couldn't bind themselves and you had that like run from Kaladin basically every time you died, that was rough. Hey, one sec. Okay. I am being summoned for dinner, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to... Well, actually, this is probably the best time to pull off because we don't have a mob coming in. I'm going to probably need to drop. I'm sorry for the short notice, guys. Because what I want to do before I leave for dinner is go get my robe. We have to get the robe before we sign off. Oh, you gotta go too? Okay. Okay. Wait. Did he get his helm? Taxiderm! Hey! Roger, roger. Okay, cool. Well, then maybe this ends up being a good time. Good time to break. Guys, thanks so much for the group. I need to bounce now because I still need to have time to go get the robe. I'm gonna camp. I'm actually gonna shift back over to Stormrunner 0. So we've got at least 5 or 10 more minutes here on stream. Hey, what's up, Chris Frozen? Good to see you, man. Bro, you've been putting in some work on the YouTube videos. It's awesome. Awesome, awesome. Guys, seriously, thank you again for the group. Thanks for letting me be minimally contributory. I will, once I hit 10 and once I get my robe, I will have a lot more that I can contribute. Yeah, so super cool. Look at this, guys. Hey. It's mostly brown, but hey. We look a lot better than we did when we started today. And we're about to look even better because there's a robe in our future. We are going to get this robe before we leave. Before we head off into Thanksgiving land. Hey, Wreckage, cool. Nice. Yeah. Thanks for the group. Thank you for tanking. Yeah. Silvana, I hope you have a great Thanksgiving as well. If I don't see you, I will be back to streaming for sure on Monday next week. Probably a little bit fatter. And ready to roll because, hey, next week, you know, I'm not, so, yes, the snowball is real. There will be much to discuss. But yeah, so before we wrap, we are going to make, I love that it's nighttime, that's perfect, because it wasn't quite dangerous enough before. For my taste, anyway. So we are going to make the run back to Avelia. Well, that's probably not where we should drop down. It's already Thanksgiving where you're at, Virgo? Nice. Happy Thanksgiving. But yeah, Battalion, the rest of your statement. Gargoyles, centaurs, drakes, elementals. Gargoyles for sure. Like, I definitely hear you on the gargoyle. I loved the gargoyles in EQ. They were so cool. Going from their, like, statue form to their clapping cheeks form. Oh, I've got it. Glorf, I got the frog part already. We are literally just coming to turn in. Though I don't know where the... Oh my goodness. Was a little unnerving. But yeah, I don't know where the actual robe... I don't know yet who's handing the robe over to me. So if that's going to be Zavi or if Zavi's going to have us run somewhere else, we shall see. By the way, anybody else planning on watching Stranger Things tonight? I am being attacked by something. I don't know what it is yet. A roan grizzleback. Perfect. Wait, does it come out? Does Stranger Things come out tonight or tomorrow? Aha. Does this mean I'm about to get attacked again? Should I zone? Just get out of here. Just get the pet out of here. Okay. Okay. All right, let's... It's Pop! Bear one... I know. The bear, the wolf, and the bat. They remembered. They remembered. Yeah, the 5 places to visit in Pantheon. That was a really cool video idea. We got this. Bro. No oatmeal and bop. Look at these absolute chads. Thanks, guys. They do not know chill. I agree. Make spiders big again. Mad Run looks so good. Can't wait to explore it. Yeah. It's a pretty sick place. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out overall. Wanting to buy Cursed Soot-Caked Blade, Chill Strike, Glowing Wrought Iron Arrow, and wanting to sell Dazzling Lance of the Flame Warden. That sounds incredibly cool. Writhing Stud, Heavy Pitted... Heavy Pitted what? Cuisus? Is that supposed to be Curus? What is a Cuisus? Blood-fused link mitts, Dane's braided bracelet, marred wild blood bracelets, headband of woven crystal. I love MMO item names. They're so cool. Oh, good. Oh, well, we're probably okay, yeah? See, this... Oh! No, Bone Spike! Oh my gosh. Alright, here we go. Up. Yes, Bop! Bop's not afraid of no Bone Spikes. My health back up here a little bit. Whew. I'll let Bop finish that off because he's that's probably blue to him. Yes, you will absolutely eventually be able to link items. Yes, where all of these will have little hyperlinks. You can click on it, bring up the tooltip. And what I would even like eventually is the ability to like control click on those tooltips and see what the item looks like in a little flyout window. I always loved that. Oh, we got... Okay, hey, guys. This is very much a chanced encounter here. I am taking the Spirit of Wolf. I am not doing anything combat related right now. I am taking the Spirit of Wolf. I am keeping it on. Okay? Okay. Welcome to Pantheon. Sweet Christmas morning. Yes, Bone Spike does need scaling. We've already actually fixed the Bone Spike scaling after after a few chance encounters with skeletons on this character. During the design meeting, when I was grinding, I had a few things to say, and we took a look at it and made a few tweaks. Up. Now, some of you may be asking, where did you die? Well, clearly you haven't been watching my streams enough to know that I don't know. I don't know where I died. Somewhere probably back where I just ran through. Okay. Let's not go that way. Oh my goodness. That's not funny. That's not even funny. I'm gonna come back for my... Well, I have to get my corpse because it has... Hey guys, what's up? I know you guys are sharing in the pain. I know, and it helps. It helps. Oh, yeah, this is certainly an MMO moment. Oh my goodness gracious. Do I want to summon? Well, if I'm gonna get something like a summon or a res, I want to pay for it. I want it to be offered to me as a service. This is how I made money on my cleric back in the day, was resing people. Sure, I will res you for 200 platinum. Oh, you died there? I will res you for 500 platinum, for 1,000 platinum, yes. It's gonna cost me. I'm gonna just give everything I got. No, I'm not 12 yet. I'm well, I was even closer to level 10 than I am, but yeah. Hey, yes, Nicodemus, good to see you, man. Happy Turkey Day to you as well. Got cocky with my buff and died instantly. Classic noob move. It was indeed. Classic. Classic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Boop. I love that spell. Are we close to daylight yet? Maybe, kind of. Oh no, Bop died. No. Not Bop. Now, how much do I... Here. It's all... And don't say no. This is for me more than it is for you. Thank you. I love that I... Thank you, Chris Frozen. Appreciate it, man. I love that it's... Fleabee offered me a 50% res, and I, of course, just clicked instantly to loot my body and didn't even think about it. That's great. Fleabee. Okay, wow. Guys, thank you. What do you say? You know, it is what it is. I can't accept. I can't accept. I can't. But thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, what's up, Slayheim? Okay, guys, we need to try this one more time. And by one more time, I mean... You know what I mean? This time, we're going to do things a little differently. We're actually going to wait until till that wears off. But this time, we're going to go over to the... What are they? The poachers. Trappers. But even that, I'm forgetting that I'm level 9. I keep, for some reason, kind of importing my level. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're good. We're good. I keep importing my rogue's level and forgetting that, like, yeah, this is such a treacherous... I mean, this is probably a terrible idea because oh my goodness gracious. Guys, you know, it's really all for you. I mean, that, you know, like, I'm only doing this because it's fun to watch. Let's be honest. Let's be real. Nobody in their right mind would have this much trouble running. It's okay. You don't have to. You guys don't have to follow me. It's okay. It's okay. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But I must be the captain of my own demise if that's what it is going to be. I can't be dingus proof. Oh, my sweet Christmas. It's okay. It's okay. Hold on. I am well, never mind. Wait. Oh, 3 meter range. Okay, that's why. Hey, I think... We're good. We're good. We're good. So yeah, thanks for tuning in for my tutorial on how to run through AVP at nighttime. If you liked the content, please like and subscribe. I'll have several other tutorials coming out soon. Here I am running inside of the bandit camp. Oh, man. Okay, it's fine. We're dead. At the risk of unmitigated wife aggro, we're going to have to wait to get the Nightbane robe until next time. The truth is this: Avendir's Pass at night was too formidable. Too formidable. Is there a moral to this story? Yes, of course. The moral of the story if you have to ask, you'll never know. You know? No, the moral of the story is if you are like me, don't run, wait until daytime to run through Avendir's Pass. That's the moral of the story. I think that's the takeaway that we can all appreciate from this. Avendir's Pass is not messing around at night. Most of you know this already, and we're able to enjoy me learning it freshly. But yeah, that would be that's the takeaway. Don't run through Avendir's Pass at night. With that, my friends, I do need to go. The good news is we will have, next time, our goal still intact to get the Nightbane robe, and we shall. I will see you guys for sure on Monday. Until then, I hope you all have an amazing Thanksgiving. I want to say thank you again for being here. An awesome discussion. Thank you guys for the support, the subs, the follows on YouTube and on Twitch both. You guys rock. Have an awesome, safe Thanksgiving. Have some good food, hopefully. I want to hear about it when we come back. And until then, that, as they say, is a wrap. I will see you guys very soon. Adios, my friends. Onward and upward we go.